Hey folks, this is Riker.
Ready for a massacre.
How are we doing today, everybody? We are simulstreaming to Twitch and YouTube. Hope everyone is having a good time. Ooh, it is getting hot. It is hot today, is it not? What is the temperature outside? Only -7. Okay. Yeah, we've had like this is warm compared to what we've been having lately. Log out, grab the new patch. Roger that. We got the Lunar New Year, the Lunar Awakening event. Today, going live for, what is it, a week? Patch just rolled out. Now we're going to be trying out, I mean, it's not really anything new. We did the Lunar Awakening event last year, but I guess we'll show what it is for newer folks. Not everyone partook last year. Definitely don't have high expectations for it. It's just like a neat little thing. It's not like a big, you know, crazy thing, but you can earn some cosmetics and whatnot. That's the way to look at these events. Just, it's a way to earn some cosmetics. It's actually not appearing here. It used to appear right here. Updating in the meanwhile. Patch just rolled out because the event is supposed to start precisely now. Well, technically 4 minutes ago. So, someone's a little late. How's everybody doing, though? Hope y'all are doing well. LJT, what's up? Skya me, hello. That one girl just bought Diablo 4, enjoying it a lot. Hey, great to hear. Joe Cronin, how you been, man? Jace, hello. Miphail Hubert, hello. Rick's doing his part. Speaking of, I think there's some exciting stuff going on in Helldivers. I have not kept up with Helldivers now in many months. I really enjoyed Helldivers for a stint last year. I was super into it. Re-downloaded Diablo, ready to get back into it. Nice, Brad. For anyone who has not played like since launch, the game is very different now. It's much more like Diablo 3. What's up? Julian Jesus, perhaps? Cappuccino Live, just put in the patch. Oh yeah. HBS, hello. How you doing? Let's see our early burbs on Twitch here. Shadow Mage, what's up? Curious, how you doing? Nemesis, hey. Kiskaloo, how you doing? VC, what's up? Leandres, hello. Sheeds, what's going down? We're launching an expedition into the gloom in Helldivers 2, huh? The Illuminate are throwing Meridia at us. Wait, what? There's going to be an anniversary in a few days. They're throwing a planet at us? What? Elder Scrolls Online has a big anniversary event. Now D4 event. My friends made me go back to War Thunder. I'm grinding 4 games at the same time. Hey, so that's a good problem to have, man. Sounds like you're having a lot of fun. Gromas, how you doing? Muffin Proof, what's going down? This patch has taken a while, man. It's only 3 gigs. Why do we have a 3 gig patch? I guess to load all the new models? New Warbond is funny too. The new armor property. This armor explodes after the user dies. Ooh, okay. Revenge mechanic. See, revenge mechanics are nice when it's on us. Not on the monsters. A new backpack, portable, a hellbomb.
Because there is 1 or 2 bugs to fix. P.
Oh, now it's 6 gigs patching. So, cheers, Shadow Mage, first off. So there's bugs to fix, sure, but like, I thought bugs is like changes in the code, and that's not several gigs. I thought I mean, maybe I'm completely off base here, but the reason games are increasingly big is mostly due to, like 3D models, textures, not like code. Like the code part is like the smallest part of the game. It's content. So like adding a new continent, a new map, a new character models, new monsters, that's all like big.
I was making a bad joke.
Oh, okay. Okay. Whoop, my bad. Okay, because there's so many bugs to fix that there was so much code that it amounted to so many gigs. Okay. Alright, that's fair. Oh gosh. The biggest thing is the XP and rot buff. That's from the Lunar Shrines, right? So the lunar shrines, basically all shrines in the game are now lunar shrines. You're going to gain an XP bonus. I forgot that they also give us a bonus to rot. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Cool. Dewap, how you doing? Is the Mythic Craft bug still a thing? What is the Mythic Craft bug? How you doing, Iggy? What's up, Dragoon? I want Titan Quest 2 streams. I hope the team invites you to play it early or for interviews would be cool. Hey, I'm totally down to check out Titan Quest 2. Titan Quest 1 was an excellent game. Nothing against the new team. So I'm not saying it's going to be bad. I'm just saying I have my guard up just because Titan Quest 2 is not being worked on by anyone who made Titan Quest 1. It's not being worked on by anyone with an ARPG pedigree. So they're a complete unknown to me. So for me, it's basically just new ARPG that happens to be called Titan Quest 2.
Decay August is still disabled.
Decay Augment is still disabled. Well then, all right. But you know what? I'm very glad that Blizzard acted fast to disable the broken stuff, as opposed to letting it fester and we get another Spiritborn situation. Oh, speaking of Shadow Mage, so we didn't have a chance to really talk about it, but so the broken thing emerged from, I know you wanted to talk about it. The broken thing emerged for the Spiritborn, right? Did they already fix that? Or sorry, did they already at least disable it? Or is Spiritborn gone crazy again? Yusuf, thank you so much for the dono, man. Appreciate ya. Hope you're doing well. Even Bryce saying the new War Bond looks amazing. Romeo saying legit first season back since launch, enjoying that it's more like D3 for sure, though it does lack in endgame content. Yeah, so that's kind of where I am with D4 right now, where the thing that I most want to see is not necessarily more activities to do in endgame, because I do think we have quite a few activities to do in the endgame, but something that ties what I continue to call a meta progression system in the endgame, something that ties together and gives context and purpose to doing these disparate activities beyond just, well, to get more powerful.
SB and Sork both got fixed and all the clears with the broken stuff removed from the leaderboards.
Hey, that is so fantastic. I'm honestly kind of impressed with Blizzard. That is direct application of learning their lesson from season 6. That's great. Couldn't ask for more. That's exactly what I would have wanted to see. They did it. That's fantastic. Good on them. Gotta applaud their W's when they get W's, man. You know? Cheers, Shadow Mage. Soul Reaver, I'm doing well. How are you? Download Simulator. Alright, so here we go. The lunar event. Seek renewed blessings. So for those of us who have done it already, the horse is new, is my understanding. The statues are different because now it's the year of the snake, so now we have snake statues on our pylons, or shrines, rather. But yeah, new horse to get, new free horse to get. So, harness celestial power until February 18th. That is... Oh, it's only 4 days. No, sorry, 18th, not 8th. My bad. Okay, that makes more sense. 2 weeks. 2 weeks makes more sense. Oh, gosh. Danny.
Retour Riri.
Ça va bien, Danny? For 9 months. All right. 100% bonus XP. I love how this meme is never dying now. For those wondering, early on, we would get bonus XP, and it was additive instead of multiplicative. What is the difference? Multiplicative means all of your current XP bonuses that you get are multiplied by, they're doubled, right? 100% increase means they're doubled. Previously, if it's additive, you look at all of your individual sources of increased XP, like your potion 15%, your base game difficulty, right? I forget what the multiplier is on the base game difficulty, but it just makes the 100% bonus XP just a chunk of other bonus XP, meaning in practice it amounts to like 10% bonus XP or something quite small. So it's like, it's deceptive because it's like, oh, we're getting 100% bonus XP. You expect that to be multiplicative. You expect that means I'm going to double my XP gain. But then in practice, you're like,
43 TH Lilith
I'm
Shrine
barely getting
here.
more XP. what's going on. So that's what happened early on at the start, when D4 was young. And so from then on, they changed it to be multiplicative, and now they always put in brackets multiplicative. Every time there's a bonus XP event, they always put multiplicative. just to like, as like an FU to the streamers who gave them shit. Miramon, 43 months, 43rd Lola Shrine is here. Hey, how you doing? How you doing? A Cappuccino, congrats on 240 Paragon. Mike Xiao, hello. I think it's lazy Blizzard that the rewards are the same as last year except the color of the horse. I'm honestly mind blown that there is no cosmetic for Spiritborn. I thought they would have at least added a Spiritborn cosmetic. Maybe I'm wrong, but from the preview blog, there was no Spiritborn cosmetic. But yeah, I think it would be nice when you have these recurring events, add, bring back the old cosmetics, but also add new ones. I think that would be nice. Yusuf saying, on a scale of 0 to 10, what are the odds of Ring of Mendeln getting fixed and minion necros pushing through pit 140 and above? Ooh. Okay, hold on. So, do you mean fixed? Do you mean today or by the end of the season? If we're saying today, did this patch right now fix the Ring of Mendeln? I'm going to give that on a 0 to 10. I'm going to say a 4 out of 10. If we mean before the end of season, I'm going to give that a 9 out of 10. It might have to wait for the mid-season patch. I'm not sure. What's up, Christopher? Easy. Kripa. Lincoln Johnson saying Spiritborn was only good because of the bug with the Spirit of Aura, and they disabled that. So, yeah. Boom. It feels like every Elite pack has after-death explosions. I don't know what it is with ARPG devs and the absolute boner they have for giving every freaking monster post-death effects. Sartoft from Sweden, how you doing? Rob B, what's up, man? Is the Hoda fix in this patch? That is the question. That is the question. I hope so. I think it might be, but I'm not sure. You must construct additional pylons. Spawn more overlords. Yeah, thanks again so much, Yusuf. Is it worth trying Diablo 2 now? Is it someone like PoE 2? It is not... if you've never played Diablo 2 before, and you are a fan of ARPGs, I would highly suggest trying Diablo 2, but... Diablo 2 Resurrected, but you have to bear in mind that this is a 20-year-old game. If you're not going to be okay with a game that feels like a 20-year-old game, then you're not going to enjoy it. But if you're a fan of ARPGs, I would really encourage you to give it a try just to experience really what everything else was based on. Diablo 2 was in a time before we had... Like, if you think D4 has no endgame, like... Endgame, the concept of endgame didn't even exist back then, basically. The genre has evolved so much. So these are not criticisms of D2, it's just like, things have progressed. In the same way that I'm not gonna, like, make fun of the first automobile for not having air conditioning. It didn't exist yet. It wasn't invented yet.
Just saying, Conduit Shrine still sucks.
Oh man, the Cursed Shrine. Click a conduit, get nerfed. You know, it's nice. It's nice that they carried forth the old traditions from Diablo 1, the cursed shrines. Yeah. What's up, Evan Herbert? Okay, Mendeln is not featured in the patch notes. RIP. Okay, so 0% chance Mendeln is fixed today. Thank you, Nem. Are they going to raise the Paragon cap anytime soon? I hope not. I hope it stays at 300 if that's what the question is.
And it's not like you can skip it now because of the event.
Oh, God. Oh, right. I mean, I guess... Oof. Oh, we are about to see a rise in complaints about conduit shrines. Danger D51. 15-month resub. Appreciate ya. Cheers, Shadow Mage. Iggy's saying, revenge mechanics are okay if they're 100% predictable. And if you are a game in which you have enough visual clarity that you can discern what is happening. How you doing, Geeky? Space-time fluctuations. Oh, man. Oh, man. Some fixes might be easier to implement than others. This might be maybe more difficult and more time needed. Yeah, I think that's the case. So wait, is Hoda in the patch notes then? SD is resetting Hoarfrost Dungeon over and over for the altars, while I literally have found 4 mythic uniques and still don't have the aura specialization. That is wild, actually. Wow. Rod B has been enjoying Nightmare Dungeons this season. I wish you could scale Nightmare Dungeons like you can the pit. Fair. I'm all looking forward to the last Epoch season in April. Yes. April 2nd, the day after April Fools. I'm just hoping that D4 and PoE don't screw them over by releasing something at the same time. Why don't I want Paragon to go up? Yeah, that's a good question. So, I don't like the idea of infinite power, basically. So, if we raise Paragon beyond 300, let's say we raise it to 350, then what? Then people are going to hit 350 and they're going to say, well, I want to raise Paragon again. Then we raise it to 400. Then what? Then 500. Then 600. And it just keeps going up, right? And so it becomes effectively infinite power. If... This is assuming they just raised the number, right? If this comes as part of something else, like let's say another expansion releases and they add more Paragon boards and then they raise the Paragon cap, and like if it's part of a grander thing, then okay. But if it's literally just people are hitting 300, we need to raise the cap, I'm not in favor of that. I don't think that's interesting. I would rather have a separate power system implemented for us to work on, and for things that we have to have some fixed and finite cap to them. Iggy thinks, remember how PoE used to have awfully large Steam patches? Yes, whenever any change comes, it's because they just have one giant file with most of the game in it. So Steam re-downloaded the new version with each update rather than downloading the changes to the file instead. It's a better / more reliable solution, but it has these pitfalls. Maybe Blizzard just hasn't figured that part out / S. Interesting, okay. There was a clip of a mythic cache dropping nothing, like we non-Vessel of Hedge people pay 2 sparks and 50 million gold and poof nothing. Oh, like the crafting thing? Like you oh my gosh, that's horrible. That's a terrible bug. Wow. Iggy saying, as for bugs are in the code, well, you could have a bug that requires a largish patch, like wrongly baked lights or collisions. That's true. That's fair. Yeah, it's a good point. Oh, Tim, Nightbot gotcha. Sorry, Tim. I did see your message, though. I saw that you're in agreement with not... Nightbot's a bit aggressive. Alright, so transmute. Okay, so the shrines last for 2 minutes. and an auspicious power. So basically every shrine has some base normal effect, and then just for this event they have some cooler, more powerful effect based on that base effect. Yeah, curious. More reputation to grind, bingo. Do you see Diablo 4 going in the direction of Helldivers 2 regarding community events due to shared open world? I don't see it at all happening, but I would freaking love it. I think that would be brilliant. So, God, I would wish so much for that. Helldivers 2 is like the best live service game. Like the best implementation of a live service model. Asterisk, maybe that's an exaggeration, but it's one of the best, at least. For those who don't know, Helldivers 2, God, what a great game. Their events, man.
Something I broke. 2 mythics in 15 minutes since patch in the headhunt.
Oh, we better log in and start slamming those mythics before they fix whatever's doing that. So, Helldivers 2 events. Basically, there's like an evolving narrative, okay? For those who don't know, Helldivers 2 is basically Starship Troopers as a squad-based game. So you go in with your squad of like your 4 people, you get deployed on a mission on a planet, you go there, you fight monsters, and you complete the mission. There's a bunch of different mission types, but it's instance-based gameplay. So imagine it's like doing a pit. Kind of. Maybe doing a Nightmare Dungeon or something, right? It's an instance. It's like a 15-minute match. You go in, you do your thing with your group, you get out. That's the core gameplay loop, right? Go in, you pick a mission amongst different missions, it'll get deployed to a different map, there's different objectives, whatever, do it, get out. But all this is happening as part of some grander scheme. When you select a planet, the planet has like different modifiers and whatever, but there's a greater faction-based conflict. You're the humans, then there's robots, and then there's bugs, and now there's advanced Protoss-type aliens. And planets can be under the control of different factions. So sometimes we have a human planet that's getting invaded by bugs, so we go to defend that planet. And your squad completing a mission on that planet helps defend that planet. If no one in the community does anything, does not do any missions on that planet gets conquered by the bugs. If enough of us go and do missions on that planet, we defend that planet from the bugs. We repel their invasion. Similarly, if there's missions on a bug-infested planet, if enough of us go there and do missions, we will conquer that planet. And the conquering and the loss and as planets change hands, there's like a game master that is like evolving a narrative. It's like, oh, you guys just conquered this planet. Okay, well now as a consequence, our factories are now able to access this technology. So all of you get to benefit from this booster. So there's always something going on where you could ignore it if you want to. You can just play the base game, but like the game changes and evolves based on the actions of the community and the direction. And then like really crazy things will happen. Like one day you log in and like a planet is gone and has been replaced by a black hole. Uh-oh. What is that? Why is this happening? Right? So there's like discovery, there's narrative, there's gameplay changing things. And it's just so cool. Yeah, exactly, Farty. Dr. Zoidberg. So I think that could have been translated to Diablo 4 in their seasons, right? Where imagine there's a season where a volcano in Kyovashad erupts. And now that's just a thing. Now there's a volcano in Kyovashad. This is part of the game. Where like you want to come back to the game to see what is changing in the world. How is this living, breathing world changing and evolving? As opposed to this just kind of like inconsequential events where it's like, well, this season there were vampires and then it's done. And if you never played season 1, you'll never know this ever happened. It's irrelevant. Everything is skippable. You don't miss anything because it's all irrelevant. It's all little bottle episodes of things that it's not actually changing the world or progressing some greater narrative. So, not that there's anything inherently wrong with that. That's what other games have done for the longest time. But because we have this shared open world in D4, if they had leaned more into that, they could have done this Helldivers thing. Because Helldivers effectively has this shared meta overworld, right? Vault Breakers just got a new trailer. It's by Beta Dwarf, the makers of Minion Masters. Vault Breakers. Let's see if this is going to work. I'm so sad there's no alt leveling this season. I was waiting to find out how fun leveling an alt... Wait, why is there no alt leveling this season? You can level alts for other classes. Okay, this is looking cool. Is this a MOBA? This looks PvP. Not the big guy. This is a MOBA. This is the most MOBA to ever MOBA. League of Dota. Although, hold on, I was looking at the maps a bit there. The maps are... Oh. Vault Breakers. Okay, cool. Grab your key now, vaultbreakers.com. So this is by whom? PvE... Wait. This is a hardcore top-down PvPvE ARPG? That blends epic brawler combat with tense tactical extraction gameplay. So this is not a MOBA. What? Interesting. Okay. Okay. I am intrigued. Desmond Nero, 4-month resub. I appreciate you, man.
Thank you for great content. D4 good.
Glad you're enjoying it, man. You're saying, see, that's what you need to resort to when you can't just invent and follow good naming. PoE's more versus increases good. More games should copy it like Last Debunk did, as far as I know. The trouble with PoE and what you describe is that works nicely when there are few terms. The problem with PoE is that you need an encyclopedia to understand a conversation about the game, because they invent so many different terms that you have no way of intuitively understanding. At least additive and multiplicative, we know intuitively because these terms exist in math outside of the game. And so we could know what that means when they use these terms. But increased versus more, that's just jargon. And the problem with PoE is it's exceptionally difficult for new players to even understand a conversation about PoE 1, because there's so much jargon that it's like, in one sentence, you have to look up like 3 different words to just understand what's even being talked about. So while it's very good in that it establishes precise rules, it makes it exceptionally convoluted for newcomers. They added a counter for headless boss spawns. What does that mean? I don't know. What does that mean? Anyone know? They've added a counter for headless boss spawns. Golgoth, how you doing? Endgame was bail runs back in the day. Bingo. Bill runs 888. Who's going to make the next game? Russian. Yep. Any chance we'll see a Crusader class added anytime soon? I believe next expansion, Expansion 2, is going to add the Paladin / Crusader / Templar / whatever they call it. Absolutely.
After you fill it, a boss spawns with a head for sure.
Oh, what? So now we get guaranteed heads. Interesting. Thank you, Shadow Mage. Okay, so the head counter is once you fill that, you're guaranteed to get a headed boss. A headful boss to spawn. I still think it would be crazy to be able to play like Ghost from StarCraft and Helldivers 2. Dude, take the Helldivers formula, StarCraft. StarCraft is perfectly suited for the Helldivers formula, just without the, I guess, the campy parody of it. The campy satire, which is actually a really strong part of what makes Helldivers fun. But from a gameplay perspective, StarCraft universe is beautifully set up for that. Absolutely. It's not to say I want D4 to become a live service nightmare filled with microtransactions or anything like that. I just feel like D4 is such a great game, not fully realized. Yeah, so the term live service ought not be in and of itself a bad term. It's come to be a bad term because of its association with live service monetization. But live service just means the game is a living, breathing thing that continues to get regular updates. Which is why I feel like Helldivers does the model so well. Even their monetization is like super non-aggressive and really consumer friendly. Like they have their battle passes, but like there's no FOMO. You can go back and buy the first battle pass. It never goes out of the shop. And you don't really need to buy any of them anyway because... I mean, some of it is cosmetic. Some of it is like more guns, I guess. But like... every gun is viable, kind of. Oh, and you can earn them all for free. If you just want to sink a bunch of time into the game, you can earn all the battle passes without spending a dime. So, Iggy, on the topic of more and increased, I don't remember which is which. Yeah. Might as well call it bleep bloop and blorp blorp. They mean nothing to me intuitively, and I don't remember which one means which. Did I change the text-to-speech service voice? No, it's doing its own weird thing. Text-to-speech voice just kind of does its thing, man. I don't know. It's gone weird all of a sudden. Hey, cheers, Butcher in the Rye. Maybe one day Blizzard will allow us to change colors independently. Yeah. I like that they gave us new dye options, but having more control over that. Also a black dye, please? What the hell, man? With a Paragon board cap, there's a finite number of Paragon points needed to fill out every board. Yep. Acelio is saying, plus with how Paragon works in D4, you literally can only raise it to the point where you can just get every single node, and after that there's no reason to add more Paragon levels. But even at the level we are now, I don't really struggle to get the ones I want. Bingo. Exactly. Yeah. Hoots Force Photography. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Hey, cheers. Butcher in the Right asking, am I late for the drone talk? There's not really been any updates. I gave the update on, I went on Talkative Tries podcast, and I gave the latest update there. So if you want the latest on the drones, you gotta go watch Talkative Try on YouTube. It'd be a cool evolution of Helltide. It's like Hell has taken over the left side of the map and is pushing into whispers and dungeons in the area to take it back and add special bosses and such. True, yeah, Helltide is a good format for that kind of thing. Snow day here in Victoria. No work, hell yeah. Gosh, I remember the joy. Man, so many people don't know the joys of being a kid in school and in the morning in winter, waking up and seeing a lot of snow outside. I mean, and you turn on the radio and you listen and you're waiting to hear Mr. Radio Man list off the school closures of the day to see if there are any, and if there are, whether your school's gonna get named. It's like, come on. It's like, yes! Don't have to take the test today! Little joys in life. I would listen to, This is gonna be a deep cut just for very local people. Aaron and Tasso in the morning. Anyone know Aaron and Tasso? Aaron Rand and Tasso Fatsikakis? Yeah, that's what I grew up with. A little comedy duo. They were great. Yeah, strongholds on something else that can be used. Strongholds are pretty cool. Simplest thing should be bonuses for zones by holding strongholds, by community and legion-like events. Deckard Canehurst. Oh, whoops, I just lost some chat here. Wait, where'd we go? Hello. Good day. Can I call you Daddy? Oh, boy. Oh, was the volume, sorry, here, let me adjust volume. If we play another YouTube video, it won't be as loud this time. Whoops. Would next expansion be in 2026? I think so. So what was it, 9 months? Was it, hold on, no. Sorry, it was more than 9 months. However many months after D4 launched that we got Vessel of Hatred, that's roughly how many months, I think, until, so it was like a year and a half, right? 18 months, I want to say. More or less. So, yeah, I think 2026 is when we get the next expansion. I think it's going to be revealed this summer, either at the Xbox Game Show or at Gamescom. Regardless, it's between, like, what, June and August? I think that's when we're going to get the reveal. Because at this point, I don't think there's a BlizzCon. Did we even get confirmation that there's no BlizzCon this year? World Boss in 55. Alright, that's not too bad. Do you think they will ever offer a pre-built class for us casual players, like a beginner class tutorial to help us understand how to temper and build Paragon without having to look up builds? So my short answer, because the answer is, do I think they'll do that? I don't think they will. I think that could be a good idea if implemented properly. So, I mean, technically right now, if you use the, there's some kind of like catch-up mechanic. If you haven't played the game in forever, everyone gets 1 or 2 free boosts. So you can boost a character to max level, and he gets a bunch of gear, and I think even has a preset build, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about the build choice already being done, but I think it would be nice for players to have some way to do, like, to go, like, look at a build template or a build preset. I don't know if it's something that the devs ought to do is a thing. Like, imagine, for instance, you go to maxroll.gg, you look up a build, and there's a button, and you click copy build. And then you go into D4, and you go into your skill tree, and there's a button that says import build. And you click that, and it pastes in the maxroll link. And now, all of the selections are, like, pre-selected. So you have a template, you've basically imported the maxroll template into D4. So instead of like looking at two screens and saying, okay, I got to put points into this, right? If you have the skill points, they auto-allocate. And for those that are not auto-allocated, it like outlines and highlights what you got to pick next. And same thing with the Paragon board, which is the bigger monster, right? Just a way to have like build templates that you can copy paste. Now that does not solve the tempering and the itemization side of things. For that, it comes down to those goodie bags, right? They give us the goodie bags with like, here's a suite of items that work well for a build, but they don't come pre-tempered, right? So I think the closest thing there would be like, do it with items that don't require tempering, right? Do it with uniques. So theoretically, set items come up a lot, right? I have a number of issues with set items, particularly in D3, but I do like set items. I think they're very interesting. There's two things that I like especially about them: the flavor and the mechanics. And we have nothing in the game now that satisfies both the criteria that I like about set items. I would not want to add set items just for the sake of adding set items. I would want there to be good reason and that they have their own position and purpose within the itemization. And right now, itemization is kind of cluttered. But theoretically, so first off, what are my issues with sets? In D3, my issues with sets is that they define the endgame. Basically, here's 6 items that occupy over half your itemization slots, and you have no choice. You have to have all these items on because they're super powerful, and if you don't have it, you basically don't have a build, and most of the endgame builds use a set. So they restrict our choice. They basically define the endgame. I much prefer D2 sets in that regard, where they were not OP. Only a couple of sets were really like best in slot. Sets were good. If you had the set, it was good often. But it generally wasn't the best, barring, again, maybe 1 or 2 examples. The problem that I had with sets in D2 was that generally by the time you complete a set, it just was useless to you. So it's like, okay, well, maybe if I make an alt, I can use this set temporarily. But by the time you're even making an alt, like, you know, it's debatable whether you're ever going to use the set. Like, maybe use Saigons for leveling a new character a bit, right? But overall, I definitely liked or preferred the implementation of sets in D2 than in D3. What I like about sets, one, it's the flavor of here is a set of items that like belonged to one ancient hero. This is Natalia's hat.
Realistically, endgame is pretty much already defined by mythics and uniques.
Yeah.
Every season, same mythics and same uniques used for the same class, and the Oathrones sit.
And the other ones sit, yeah. There's definitely more, like, you know, better balancing that they can do around that, for sure. Yeah, it's tough, right? Like, our itemization is cluttered right now, for sure, as Shadowmage says. So, again, what I like about sets, first off, the flavor of, you know, the fantasy. These are all the items that Natalia had. I just think that's cool. Now, you can accomplish that without them being a set, right? You can just, here's a bunch of unique items. Like, you know, you have Tyrael's Might as a chest piece. You can have Tyrael's Sword and Tyrael's this and whatever. That kind of accomplishes the same thing. When it comes as a set, though, like, at least you know this is the complete set. There's a feeling of completionism towards gathering it. I guess actually, sorry, there's 3 things I like about sets. The fantasy, the feeling of I've completed my set. So, like, here is like a complete set of items, and I've got them all now. And the third is the mechanics of here's an item and it does X. Because other people are like, well, we get the same thing out of uniques, right? Like, here are uniques that work really well together. That's basically a set. Not for me, because for me a set is here's an item and it does this by itself, and here's another item and it does this by itself. But when you equip these 2 items, not only do they do those 2 separate things, they also do an additional thing. And that's something that we don't have. So those are the 3 things that I like about sets. So if we were to implement sets into D4, to tie this back to the original question of do you think they'll ever offer pre-built class, maybe the role of sets could be mid-tier, mid-game items where it's like, I'm a new player, I don't know what I'm doing, here's a set, and you wear all these items, and you're going to be good. They're not the best items in the game, right? The blasters are going to go on to mythics and all that, but if you know, either as a stepping stone, so for the pro players, you might use a set as a stepping stone as part of your season journey or something onto getting the GG items. Or if you're a new player and you don't know how to put a build together yourself, here's a set of items. You can't go wrong with this. They work together. They give you a buff and a bonus. They cannot be tempered because they're like uniques in that sense, so you don't have to fuss about that. I think sets can also, you can do interesting things where they like fulfill specific fantasies. Like imagine a sorcerer set that turns all of your fire spells into ice spells. You know, that's a cool thing. But yeah, to clarify, I would not want them to be best in slot. Otherwise, I guess if you have like 2-piece sets or 3-piece sets, it's not as bad if they're viable into endgame, but I'm generally in favor at endgame of having options, and I'm opposed to things that restrict our options. Hood Foo78, new sub via Prime Gaming, thank you for the sub. Appreciate ya.
People are gonna hate me for this, but I still think mythics are too easy to get. They should be a lot more rare. Even blasters shouldn't have a full set of them in under 2 days.
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree with you, Shadow Mage, but people will hate us for saying it. That's why I said, so for me, the pace of progress this season is way too fast. Way too many items drop for my personal tastes. But I know that this is a very crowd-pleasing thing. My MO in life, my philosophy is I seek to maximize happiness. So if I'm less happy, but a bunch of other people are more happy, then that's what I'm in favor of. I want to maximize everyone's happiness, or maximize global happiness as much as possible, right? So across the Diablo player base, I want, on average, players to be happier. So if this expedited progress makes people on average happier, then I'm not going to argue against it, but I would say for myself personally, and I know I'm not the only one who feels this way, I would prefer if mythics were harder to get. I would prefer if we didn't level so fast. I would prefer if items didn't rain from the sky. I thought Season 6 was actually pretty good, and Season 7 is just out of control to me. Dragon saying, Woodijo has been telling D4 devs we need progression systems for pits and nightmare dungeons. I think once we have that, the game will be much better. Yeah, I mean, I think we've all been kind of telling them for like the past year that we would like kind of endgame progression stuff. The thing is, I don't know. I don't know that the D4 devs so everything is a priority, right? You always have to prioritize XYZ. Anything that you work on comes at the expense of something else. So I don't know if appeasing those of us who want that deeper end game, like those, more progression systems at the end, I don't know if we are just such a small part of the population that they feel it is not that important to focus on that for now. And it's okay to, allocate those resources elsewhere. Like, maybe the D4 devs are okay with the idea that D4 is a game you play for 2 weeks every 3 months. And they don't, you get your 50 or however many hours of fun and then you move on. And they don't want to keep you hooked for longer. And maybe they're okay with that. I don't know. That's, again, what I personally want is for there to be enough in D4 to keep me hooked for 3 months. And that doesn't, to clarify, that I am not advocating for make everything take longer as a way of getting 3 months of fun. That is not the conclusion to draw from what I just said. Those are two separate points, and I am not in favor of artificially just prolonging how long everything takes in order to get more hours of fun. I would be in favor of adding, again, these endgame progression systems to keep engaged the people that reach the highest tiers, like the people that do want to keep playing, but that people that want to feel like they're done, they can feel done once they get their build together, and they don't have to keep going, and they could leave if they want to. Charlotte saying, I missed Season 6, and I haven't picked up Vessel of Hatred. Am I locked out of any content aside from expansion, story, and map? Yeah, so you can't get mercenaries, you can't get runes or rune words. You cannot access the Undercity, which is a new kind of dungeon thing. You cannot access the Dark Citadel. Otherwise, you can access Season 7. Nem saying, I fear we'll get the black die either as part of the last season journey chapter, okay-ish, or worst case, the last step in the premium battle pass. Ooh. Well, they haven't put dies in the battle pass yet, right? But I'm sure they know that the jet black die is like what everyone wants the most. How do you feel about the way mythics have been implemented? I mean, overall, I like mythics. I just think that they're a little bit too easy to get. Mind you, I guess I should lay out the groundwork. So, I'm pretty sure I have never been in favor of speeding up the game in any way. Like, from the start, I don't think I ever said I wanted leveling to be faster. I don't think I ever said I wanted, like, mythics to drop more. I could be wrong, but I believe that has been my consistent position from the start. I haven't opposed it, but I've never been like, this needs to happen faster. I believe my original position on mythics was, yes, they should be god drops that, like, no one is guaranteed a mythic in a season, so that the season that you do get a mythic, it's going to be like, oh my god, I got a Shaco, and that's amazing. I had not gotten a mythic up until they made mythics easy to get. And then when I got my mythic, I really liked getting my mythic. So intellectually, I didn't like the idea of that the mythic was easier to get, and I wanted it to stay super rare. But when I did get a mythic, when they made it easier to get, I did really enjoy getting my mythic. So I don't know. I think I don't necessarily like the idea that mythics are basically taken for granted now. Where, like, it's just a given. I don't know. It's tough because my position on mythics has kind of changed.
At this point, just call Mythicus Editions legendaries.
Yeah, there's, like, what's really the difference between mythics and, like, uniques, right? It's funny because they made an entire different class of gear now. Because mythics used to just be uniques, right? Internally, we called them uber uniques, but they looked like regular uniques. And it's only once they made them vastly easier to get that now they've given them their own color and everything. And now you can craft them and stuff. I wonder if there will be some middle ground where it's like, maybe it's accessible for the average player to craft a mythic in a season, but like it's very difficult to get them as like drops, for instance. So like maybe the season journey and whatever, like it gives you the materials you need to like make one mythic. So you get to pick like what is the one mythic you want this season, but then otherwise they're more rare to get. I don't know. It's not something I feel super strongly about, I guess is what I should say, especially because my intellectual thoughts on mythics and then my feelings have reached conflicting conclusions. So, I think I just don't necessarily know what's best on how to treat or handle mythics at this point. Gary's saying 7 seasons in and I never got a mythic outside of boss farming. I want to see them have a better chance to drop in the wild instead of just boss farming. It's funny because this season seems like a lot of people have been reporting getting like random mythics, like opening a chest or something. Gary's saying bossing is boring. It's literally the worst part of this game. True. Yeah. Yeah. Bossing is like the most boring thing. I would want to downplay boss rotations at this point. PoE 2 bosses are vastly more fun and interesting. Well, then again, I guess bossing wouldn't be boring if bosses weren't so easy to defeat. But if bosses were hard to defeat, then the strategy would be, well, just do the bosses on a difficulty where they're easy to defeat. Is the problem. But yeah, I think literally the most boring content in this game is bossing. It wasn't the case, I think, when bosses launched, because our power levels couldn't quite just obsolete them, but... Woody just says, devs came to him and asked him the one thing he thinks the game needs, and he gave the same answer. Nice. Okay. JF saying, I agree, slowing the game down doesn't work in seasonal games. Dragon saying, D3's endgame loop feels good, D4's doesn't. What was the last D4 season you've played, Dragon Dice? Ultron saying, I hope they add a mechanic where breaking down GA items gives you a material that you can use to personally select an affix on an item and make it a greater one. Yeah, more crafting options could be interesting. Board games with Nurma saying, are you not going to play the game? Sorry, we're getting caught up on chat here. I don't want to ignore chat. We're having some good talks here. But yeah, we'll get to the game here. So we got the shrine power, slay enemies while benefiting from a shrine to earn reputation, which can be traded for rewards such as a resplendent spark and a new mount. This is the mount. Dress for the occasion. Okay, that's like cosmetic. Clothes. But what? Become birds of a feather. Complete your season journey to earn the Dorian the Raven pet. Oh, this is advertising what's already in the game. Okay, I guess because I didn't get my pet yet, it's telling me to do it. Okay. Sure. That's cute.
Rika logs into Diablo, and then, okay folks, that was a stream.
Bingo. Here's Shadow Mage. Why do people call the Harlequin's crest the Shaco? Because in Diablo 2, every item every item slot had different base items. So in the same way that you have a sword, you have a dagger, you have an axe, we didn't just have helm. We had cap, bassinet, casque, crown, shako or shako or shako. So a shako was a base item type in the helm slot. Items in Diablo 2 dropped unidentified. So uniques were unidentified. So you would see unidentified shako. And you would know that's a Harlequin crest because there's only one unique shako in the game. And it's a lot easier to say shako than Harlequin crest. So that's why people call it the shako. I hope they reuse the capstone dungeons for something down the line. I miss them. Capstones were kind of interesting. Yeah. They became obsolete when people were just getting carried through them, but, you know, at their heart, there was something there. There was something there, man. Bossing was boring in D2, another lesson unlearned. Boom. It's fair. It's fair. We already have a volcano in the game. It's in the dry steppes. Oh, there you go. New volcano. Regarding Helldivers 2 way of doing events, yes, it is great.
Capstones should be level locked or solo only.
Yeah, that'd be a way of fixing it. Absolutely, Shadow Mage. Cheers. But Helldivers did something very, very wrong recently. Something that other devs should not repeat. They gave people something that is functionally broken and never leads to an outcome. They gave people democracy. Democracy Space Station. People vote where it goes, and people are stupid. Oh, man. Grumpy Stu saying, D4 wasn't in a state to do that yet for the past year. Well, so while I don't disagree with you, I mean, this should have been like the plan to launch with the game to do things like this, but no. Like, it's impossible for D4 to adopt that model now. It's just, they would have had to have developed the game like this. The entire way D4 is being developed means we can't do what I described before. Because of the way you have, you know, right now, someone's working on, you got one team working on Season 8, and another team is working on Season 9. So, Season 8 can't do anything that's going to affect Season 9, otherwise it messes those guys up, right? So, like, you can't have this shifting, evolving world when you've built a pipeline where you're developing content that's going to be appearing in basically a year or half a year. Yeah, like, it just wouldn't work with D4 right now. It would have had to have been the plan from the start. Ruined Puzzle. Oh man, that's half an hour ago. Never chatted in here before, just want to pop in and remind Riker and chat that you are awesome and hope you're having a great day too, Ruined Puzzle. Appreciate ya. What I think Adam Jackson will be working on with Riot, the MMO, some new ARPG. I think it's basically one or the other, yeah. Or maybe it's League of Legends too, who knows? Adam Jackson used to be on Heroes of the Storm. How you doing, Iron Riot? A new icon in Witch Tides. It fills up. Oh, okay, right. Gotcha. Would you play Demio for the new Dungeons and Dragons? I'll have to figure out what that is. David saying PoE2 bosses aren't harder or more interesting. It just seems that way because they have BS one-shot mechanics that you cannot avoid. I think it's also the pace of the game is like we just obsolete the bosses in D4. Gating everything behind consumables creates artificially inflated playtime. They could make gearing take longer if they removed all the boss materials, dungeon keys, hordes, compass, etc. Thoughts? Yeah, so in general, I'm opposed to gating content behind keys and such. I've never really been in favor of that. It's not something I feel super strongly about, but like, yeah, like when I play a game, I want to be able to just engage in whatever activity I want to engage with without having to farm something to be able to engage in that activity. Like in D2, I think the only thing that did that was specifically the Uber Tristram, right? So because it was like the exception, I'm like, okay, I'm fine with that. But like when it's like everything is like you need this key for this and that key for that and that key for that and to do this activity to get be able to do that other activity, and I mean it's a good way of getting us to do all the different activities. And I guess right now D4 is in a state where I don't mind it, but like in theory, if I were to make a game from scratch, I'm very much of the idea that I want full freedom to do whatever I want to do, as opposed to have to do X in order to do Y. But like I you know, this is not a complaint about D4 because I can't say that I'm ever really like upset that I can't do content X. What is this? The dopamine of getting a unique in D2 was undeniable. It was such a good feeling. Man, the good old days. Okay, Demio, Dungeons & Dragons, Battle Marked, official announcement trailer. What is this? Demio, Dungeons & Dragons. It's just like a modern building. What am I looking at here? This is live action mixed with not live action. Cartoon characters? Is this promoting a game? Is this promoting a series? Well, this has told me basically nothing about what this game is about. Great trailer. Some kind of new D&D game, I guess. Use your might and magic to defeat foes. That's literally every game. Dungeon masterless system with cross-platform support for up to 4 players. It'll launch with 2 campaigns. What is it? Is this an RPG? Is it... How do you say nothing about what this game is? This is the worst trailer I've ever seen in my life. I don't... The description doesn't even tell me anything. Is it turn-based? What is it? What is this game? Oh my god. Fiendish Soul, how you doing, man? Not sure what this filling icon actually does. Yes, it seems to get filled by killing husks or opening these roots, but even when it is glowy fiery, no fugitive head emerges. Oh. What's the verdict on Balatro? A lot of fun. I can see why it's so addictive. That would be really cool, Ultron 40k. Yeah, the D1 homage and D4 roguelite ladder system. Yeah. Start off naked, every boss drops a choice of 2 legendaries and 1 unique kind of deal. Yeah, you power up, you get a different build every time, yeah. Okay, we're caught up on YouTube chat. Caught up quickly on Twitch chat here. Barshan just crashed me. Oh no. Sorry to hear that, Pendragon. I've been doing well, Vandrix. How are you? Hey, cheers. What are your thoughts about maybe the next Diablo 4 expansion? So I think next expansion we are going west. I think we're going to go to Honduras. Diablo world map. Is there some way to... Let's go with here. This is a good one. This is a good one. It's from the Book of Lorath. Okay, so we are on the eastern continent right now, yeah? This is this. So Giacul is right here, right? We just had the southern half of the eastern continent added with this expansion. I think expansion 2, we're going to sail, perhaps right over here. We're going to sail to the western continent, and we are going to get the southern half of the western continent called Honduras. So Honduras encompasses West March from Diablo 3, Reaper of Souls. West March is where the Paladins are from. We're going to get Tristram. We're going to get Luco Lane, right? All of these old familiar haunts from Diablo 1, Diablo 2. So West March, I believe, because they basically said that they like the idea of when they add a new class, that the entire expansion vibe is like made with that class in mind, right? So Spiritborn come from the jungles of Toioiz. We get this, right? What do they call it now? Nahantu, right? They're from Nahantu, they add Nahantu, so it makes sense. Like, I'm 99% sure we're getting Paladin / Templar / whatever you want to call it. Sword and Board Holy Man. And it makes sense that West March is where he's going to come from. So, I think we're going to get this chunk right here in Expansion 2. I was playing Balatro on PC. I streamed it yesterday. Yeah. Is world map pinned in our Discard combo? Let's see. Well, I'm assuming the answer is yes. Yes. Well, the D4 launch map is what I see pinned. Oh, we have some D4 news. What is the news? Hotfix 5. Okay, we got a bunch of hotfixes. Forgotten Altars spawn rate increased. For those having trouble getting your Forgotten Altars there. Which powers and occult gems now function as intended? Well, okay. How you doing, Arashi? Battlemark looks like a crossover between D&D and Demio. Wait, sorry, what's Demio? So people seem to know what Demio is. I've never heard of Demio before. What is Demio? Alex saying, it kind of struck me that the world of Sanctuary is really small. What happens when we get the whole map into expansions? Yeah, so I think... Well, okay. So, base game, expansion 1, expansion 2, I think expansion 3 is going to add the northern half for this. Technically, if they really want to squeeze it, they can do... They can break this into 2. I don't think they should. And then another expansion could cover Shansai and the Skovos Isles. So you got a few expansions that you can do here. Still, though, it does make Sanctuary feel very small. Like, given how long it takes to, like, traverse Skosglen down to the southern tip of Nahantu. Right, if we go from Hope's Light down to, the Five Hills, or Samuk for that matter, like, how long does that take? Now, theoretically, what they can do is, oh, these aren't continents, these are just 2 islands in a much bigger world, and no one has sailed east or north or west to discover a mainland. Like, there's even more continents, right? I hope they don't do that, but theoretically they can do that, right? Like, especially given how small the world feels, it could be that we haven't explored the entire world yet. Passion saying, I don't know if I'm just unlucky, but so far there's only one lunar shrine in an entire witch tide. Huh. I mean, 1 shrine per area doesn't seem...
I am following Riker's example and growing out my hockey hair.
How you doing, Patient Zero? 65 months. Yeah, it's been a while since I had my hair this long. It's a virtual tabletop RPG. Without a DM. So is it like Baldur's Gate? Because it said it's a DM-less system, right? I mean, the world doesn't just feel small due to gameplay. The world feels small because it's small. I mean, if we interpret this literally, the world consists of, like, what, 16 cities or something? Like... Nemesis found 2 or even 3 within 20 minutes in Kejistan's Witch Tide. So it could, like, if you're in one of the smaller Witch Tide zones, right? Maybe that's why you only found 1. But am I going to stream some Last Epoch in prep of the new patch, 2nd of April? I'm going to stream the new patch. I don't know if I'm going to stream in prep of the patch. We'll see. Jizzy, I'm doing well. How are you? How long have I played the season, and what is your thoughts so far? I played from launch. I haven't played every day. I don't know how long I've played exactly, but it's a strong season. Like, if you want my full thoughts, I have a video from 2 weeks ago. But in short, it's objectively, like, on paper, it's the best season yet. It's just, if you've played every season, then it's not... It loses points for lack of novelty. Like, it doesn't feel as special, because it's kind of like taking ideas that have been done before, doing them better, but yeah, it doesn't feel as novel as when we first saw these ideas. The head counter might just be a cocoon tracker, apparently. Okay. I sound Canadian? I am Canadian. What about me sounds Canadian? Oh, and we were talking about snow days. Right, I'm so far behind on Twitch chat. Okay. I'll never know how snow days closing schools will be because I live somewhere it never snows. There you go. Yeah. You think giving Necro more summons would help your summoner build reach S tier, or do summon aspects just need damage buffs? I mean, it's kind of one and the same, right? I don't... So I presume you mean by, like, giving Summon Necro more summons, as in just increasing numerically the cap? I mean, you can do it that way, but, I mean, balancing... Summon Necro is no different than any other build, right? Tweak the numbers and it'll be balanced. Growing up, we had a cable TV channel that would watch them edit the text to announce a school closing. Oh, nice. Someone saying, one year my sister got to wake up on her birthday to find school was canceled because of snow. I wasn't jealous at all. I'm really hoping the next expansion will give a new class like Spiritborn and not be lazy by bringing back an old class. People have expressed very vociferously that they want a paladin. I don't know if they're going to call it a paladin, but I think it's going to very much be like a paladin. It's too early to get confirmation of a yes or no BlizzCon this year. Promo blogs usually go live around April. They might cancel earlier if it is decided earlier. Fair. What about the drama over the witch powers that Blizzard disabled because they were too strong? There should not be any drama over it. That should be applauded that Blizzard did not let something OP slide. They disabled it so they can fix it before people get too attached to it. And that is exactly the right way to handle that situation, in my opinion. Gigi saying, BlizzCon, my understanding was if they had a reason to bring it back, they will. But the question is, what would they announce currently?
We have 2 dex classes. When have 2 int classes, we definitely need a street or will class now.
Yeah. Strength or willpower class, yeah. So would a paladin be a strength class? Would it be a will class, or would it be the first dual ability class? The strength of the blade, but also the will of a Templar is stronger. Question is, what would they announce at BlizzCon currently? The answer is largely only a D4 expansion. I don't think they think that's worth the time and money at this point. Yeah, so Geeky's point is they'll bring back BlizzCon if they feel there's a reason to bring back BlizzCon. They won't want to have a BlizzCon where there's nothing to announce, right? So what would they announce at BlizzCon this year? Nothing for Overwatch, probably. World of Warcraft announced like 10 years worth of expansions last year. So not Warcraft. That leaves Diablo. They do need to reveal the next expansion for Diablo, but I think that's going to happen in the summer. I don't think they're going to wait a full year plus after the release of... Because if we look back, right? Vessel of Hatred was revealed, what, 6 months post-launch of D4? I don't think they're going to wait 13 months after Vessel of Hatred to reveal the next expansion. So that's why I think summer. Because summer is less than a year, and it is also the first time that there's going to be a platform where they can make an announcement, which is either going to be, again, the Xbox Summer Game Show or Gamescom. I think at this point, Microsoft is going to want Blizzard to just do all of its announcements at the Xbox show. What's up, Pyro Ghost? In D3, Lord of Destruction builds are no different from sets. I guess D2 Lord of Destruction builds are no different than sets. Lord of Destruction builds are a set of legendary items that all buff one skill to maximize power. How is that different from the green sets in D3? It's completely different, Prophetic. You actually have choice. So here is the optimal setup of gear for this build. Is not the same as you have no choice. You have no agency. Your build doesn't function if you don't have these items on. think that one day Blizzard will make the Hydra skill become as great as it used to be in D3? Yeah, probably. Everything, over time, everything's gonna, you know, cycle through and they're gonna buff underutilized stuff. Butcher saying, might be an unpopular hot take, catering just to new players got us in this current mess of unchallenging and super fast gameplay. So, I don't disagree with you, but is it a mess? Or is this exactly what they wanted? I don't think it's an unpopular hot take at all. I mean, okay, sorry. I wouldn't say catering to new players necessarily. I guess some of it could be new players, but catering to players that don't have as much time to spend on the game, which could include new players, is what got the game to be at this pace. But the game being at this pace, I think the hot take is more that the current pace is a mess. I know that some of us agree with that. I suspect we're in the minority. I don't think we're a small minority, but I think the majority probably like the pace at this point. Nem saying, I have not found 12 dozen mythics, not even one. Not even one. You mean this season? Still wearing an non-ancestral Yen's blessing, still only one NA Paragon, not everyone is a blaster, chunking through content like crazy. Latidin saying, implement D4 happy fantasy sets with Riker-inspired names, crowdsourced. Kier's saying, well, I agree with your philosophy, except I'm all for maximizing my happiness, and I don't care about others.
You welcome me when no one else would.
We still have more of the Burning Hells / each of the Primeval Realms and the High Heavens to see also. Yep, that's it. So technically, even once we complete the map, expansions could add Hell, could add any number of other realms. Pandemonium, right? Like, there's effectively infinite Hells and Heavens and other shit that they could add if they really wanted to. Maybe the dev's idea behind a season is for X amount of hours before you're done. Let's say it's 100 hours. Casuals will take 2.5 months to get there, whereas streamers, blasters will get there in a few days. Yeah, so I think for me what it comes down to is what I would like is a gameplay loop in the end game that doesn't necessarily have a finite amount of hours of fun. So if you look at Helldivers, for instance, the gameplay loop of Helldivers is such that you effectively never really end, right? Like most, like chess doesn't have a gameplay loop. You can play chess for 1,000,000 hours. There's no like finite number of hours of fun in chess. In ARPGs, historically, there are fixed numbers of hours of fun because one of the core pillars of ARPG is progression. And there's only so much progression that you can do, right? If you strip away all progression from an ARPG, imagine you literally picked a character. It was a pre-made build. There was no leveling up. There was no getting items. It's just, here's your character. All you do is go kill monsters. That game is not strong enough to survive, right? Sure, it's fun for 5 minutes. Maybe it's fun for an hour, but killing monsters for no progression and no item drops is not enough to sustain gameplay in an ARPG. So I'm cool with there being like the 100 hours or whatever it is, right? Of base progression. But then what I would like is something else at the end with the repeatable gameplay loop where either it's this other like progression thing, but it's added in a way that it doesn't feel like something that, oh, I gotta do this extra 1,000 hours of progression before I feel like I'm complete with my season. And that's the thing that's really difficult to do, because anytime we add anything in this game that takes a really long time to accomplish, people complain that it takes too long to accomplish. The one thing that they haven't yet done is nerf how long it takes to Paragon 300. I hope they don't, but I mean, I guess ultimately I don't super care if they do, or it wouldn't surprise me, I guess. But like, so that by itself is not interesting enough. Like that is not like, oh, like, how can you say that you're done the season? You haven't gone to Paragon 300 yet. Well, it's not interesting. It's just artificially extending gameplay. I want a system that is fun and meaningful and engaging to engage with. That keeps me going. What do I think of the new gem progression? So it's funny, we actually have this weird dichotomy at the launch of this season where early game progression is too fast, and then the late game progression is arguably too long, where it would take too long to level up the gems and too long to do all the witch powers and too long to do all the I guess just the witch powers basically. But at least, like, I haven't finished leveling up any of that stuff, but I also haven't been playing very much of the season since the first couple of days. But like, yeah, my witch powers are, nowhere close to maxed, but I've not even been going out of my way to do them because I don't really feel a strong desire to, because the game is just generally easy and I don't really have anything to do with all this power anyway. But like, at the back of my mind, I'm like, well, I'll do it eventually. Like, whatever, it's fine. I don't have any of those gems because, again, I haven't been doing the witch tides. So I'm not sure exactly how hard it. I mean, it feels like it must be hard to get them done, given I haven't even found a head yet. I haven't found a single head, but I haven't been, doing the witch tides. I've been focusing on other aspects of progression in the meantime. So I'm not sure. Could it be that that it takes too long? Maybe. But I'm okay with there being stuff in the game that takes too long, because I'm also okay if I don't level this up. I'm okay if I don't get this. That's one thing that a lot of people like misinterpret from me, is when I'm like, I don't, I like it if something takes really long to do. Like, I liked it when it took really long to reach level 100. I liked it when it was impossible to find mythics. And everyone's like, well, fuck you, Riker. Like, we don't all play as much as you. And I'm like, dude, I don't get this shit either. I never reached level 100. I never got a mythic. Like, I'm not saying I want to get it and I don't want you to get it. I'm like, I don't care if I don't get it. I'm totally cool not maxing my witch powers. I am totally cool not having a single one of these fucking gems. Like, I'm fine. I don't feel the need to get it. I don't feel like I have to perfect my character to be done with the game. I'm okay with feeling like I am powerful enough. I've reached a satisfying amount of progression. I could keep going if I want to. Now, I'm not saying you ought to feel this way too. I'm just clarifying that this does not come from a point of, well, I got mine, so fuck you. Like, I didn't get mine, and I'm okay with that. Science saying, as a newbie, it's hard for me to get how leveling being slower and mythics being harder to get doesn't mean making the game slower equals better. Okay, so I like to, when a trick in conversation that I like to do is I like to push something to an extreme. And your reaction is going to be, well, no one is saying to do it that much. But when we use an extreme example, we can get at the core of what we actually mean. And we can better understand our logic and our reasoning. What if it took literally 10 minutes to get to max level and max gear and max everything in Diablo 4? What if in literally 10 minutes of gameplay, you had 300 Paragon, max level, your gear was perfect, and there was nothing left to do? Does that make the game better? Or does that make the game worse? Now, obviously, no one is advocating for that speed, but if I'm hoping.
10 minutes. You think we are Rob?
Good old Rob. Cheers, Shadow Mage. So I would hope that this is an example where everyone, 100% of us would agree that would be a bad state of the game. So explore, why is that a bad state of the game? Then use that same argument and extrapolate why. What about half an hour? What about an hour? What about a day? At what point do you stop saying this is a bad state of game? You're going to reach some fulcrum, some balance point where you recognize the tipping point at which, for your personal tastes, your personal amount of time you want to spend on the game, the personal amount of time that you have to play the game, where your personal tipping point of time invested versus reward to keep you playing is. So I think that the perfect fulcrum, the perfect balance point, is not on a personal basis, which is why I always say, for me personally, it's too fast, but that is not me saying it ought to be slowed down. I'm not making a prescriptive claim when I'm expressing my personal feelings. The ideal balance point is not what Riker likes, it's what is going to make the majority of the population of the player base happy, in my opinion. If you played solo only, would you still think Mythic drops too often? I don't know, maybe. I mean, yes, I guess yes, because it would drop too often for other people. How dare you enjoy a Mythic? Yeah. Margo is saying, if you read posts on Reddit, there are still plenty of players that feel Mythics are still pretty rare. So I think the problem now is Mythics have shifted. At launch, Mythics were something that, at least my philosophy on Mythics were, you are not guaranteed a Mythic. No one is guaranteed a Mythic. If you happen to get a Mythic in a season, that is an amazing thing to celebrate. Now, with the changes that they have made to Mythics and giving us steps to earning Mythics, it has transformed from something that you win the lottery if you get a Mythic to now you have set an expectation that, yes, people ought to be able to get Mythics. Well, of course I should be able to get a Mythic. The game is giving me a reward track where I earn a Resplendent Spark. So if the game is giving me Resplendent Sparks, obviously the game is expecting me to be able to craft a Mythic. But it's too hard to get, the sparks and the Mythics, right? So now that we have shifted what a Mythic is from being something literally mythical, as in you only hear about it in myths. Do you experience a myth in your daily life?
Point,
you don't.
Playing solo would make it different. Less drops for Mythics, less boss mats equals less boss runs equals less Mythics.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, playing solo, you obviously get less Mythics, for sure. But so the question is, if everyone could only play solo, then Mythics would probably be fine. But we're not in a state where everyone can play solo, right? So, anyway, I mean, if that was your point, Margulis, if was it Margulis or anyway, whoever it was. But right, what was I saying? So Mythics went from being something mythical where I've heard the story of when Mr. Llama got his Tyrael's Might drop, and he was so excited that he tore off his shirt, right? That is a moment of legend, a moment of, this is a myth, right? They're so rare that they are myths. That Mythics aren't that anymore. Now Mythics are expected. You are given progression paths to your Mythics, so they ought to be more attainable now. They ought to be attainable, I would say. I would say that the average player ought to be able to get a Mythic now in a season. At least one Mythic in a season, I think a player ought to be able to get. More than that, I don't know. But I do think the average player ought to be able to get at least one Mythic in a season. What I don't like is the kind of like, well, I didn't get the Mythic I wanted. It ought to be like, well, here's a Mythic. This is a super good item. Like, all Mythics should be good enough that I'll want to make a build around this item now, because this is such a good item. Unfortunately, we're not in that state, which is not a player problem, it's a balance problem, but, you know. Pit shrines are not lunar shrines? Really? Dang. Pin Dragon saying D4 boss failing comparison to PoE2 is it's sad to say. I had great hopes for the boss fights in D4 after the first time I faced Lilith. Now I'm very sad at the current boss encounters. I do think a major part of the thing is just that our power level is so high that we basically invalidate the mechanics. Cheers, Leandros. I tried to estimate the maps from D2, D3, Diablo Immortal to see if and how they would fit into D4 scale, and it would cover most of the southern half of Honduras. Perfect. There you go. Yeah. Ultron wants a D4 version of Grey Hollow Island. That'd be cool. Yeah, I mean it's kind of very Scovos. Sorry, Skosglen, very Skosglen. Cheers, Ultron. Mac released his review on Season 7. Well, I'll probably want to check that out. Gerard is saying, problem with Mythics is that many builds require them to really unlock it. Yeah, now that kind of Mythics have sort of turned into requirements for builds is, you know. Okay, from the patch notes, additional UI elements added to track progress towards spawning head-rotten bosses. So the tracker shows you how many routes to open until a husk or fugitive emerges. Oh. Oh. Okay. So it's just tracking. I see. Okay. Ring of Mendel not currently working. Best way to farm witchcraft powers is you're going to do the Hoarfrost Demise over and over. This dungeon right here, Hoarfrost Demise, take Bear Tribe Refuge in Fractured Peaks. Just run through T4 if you can. Have your Draft of Whispers on. You got something that might be game-breaking? Ooh. Demio is also the VR tabletop that is cross-platform. It's Dungeons & Dragons tabletop. It's going to take a lot of shrines to complete the event. And what was it that gave the bird pet? The final season journey step gives bird pet. Right here. What would you think of a new goblin type where if you don't kill him fast enough, he takes your gold from you? Oh, I would hate that. Expansion 2 this year. I think Expansion 2 will release in 2026. Wait, did I say 2025? Sorry, we are 2025. No, Expansion 2 is going to release in 2026, in my opinion. I think it'll be revealed this summer. I think they'll make Tristram into a Dark Citadel type map. Ooh, Okay. Actually, no, I hope they don't. The reason I personally love the Dark Citadel, but I know these raid mechanics are unpopular, and it would be a real slap in the face to a lot of people that, hey, you want to go to Tristram? Guess what, suckers? Gotta do it in a party. Yeah, like, people would riot. I personally would think it was cool, because I really like the Dark Citadel, but... Now I'm saying also, still blaming Maxroll promoting Mythics as best in slot items on all their guides at release, before knowing drop rates, even after backing down and made them nice to have, damage already done. Yeah, so I feel like a lot of like community management is setting expectations. And so when people have expectations of, I'm going to get this item, and then they don't get this item, people be mad. Prophetic saying they must be getting close on second expansion. I received a survey from Blizzard last week asking lots of questions revolving around expansion packs, etc. Well, I think they were releasing the Vessel of Hatred questionnaires like a year before release as well. So yeah, it's probably around this time next year that we'll get the expansion too. What's west of Westmarch, bingo. Phlox has not got a single mythic ever in D4. Oh man. I wish you some good luck, man. We still have 2 very large realms we can expand. Yep. Heaven and Hell. Bingo. True. Yeah, I feel you, Chest Wes. I feel you, man. Best thing, I still blame content creators for promoting speed meta. Pin saying the pace is too fast. I was really looking forward to a slow, methodical, challenging, in-depth grind with a deep story and even deeper story. I thought we were going to get it after playing the beta. How wrong I was. I mean, largely the community steered them this way. DB, hey, cheers, man. Appreciate ya. Think they'll bring Paladin back in the next expansion? Yeah. They might call it a Templar, they might call it a Crusader, whatever they call it. The Paladin type character, I think, is coming. Can I show my profile, hours played? Where do I do that? Here? So, I mean, 33 hours. I guess is my camera in the way? It says 33 hours, but I mean, like, probably a lot of that is standing around talking to chat. It was Mang Songs? Okay, sorry. I knew it was Interiors, but I couldn't remember what it was. I'm like, eh. I hope they bring back the Nemesis system from D3.
33 hours in-game. Time played 33 minutes.
True. Cheers, Shadow Mage. Ultron saying, I hope they bring back the Nemesis system from D3. When you die, a demon soul hunts down people on your friends list. If they kill it, both players get masterworking mats. It was such a cool system. It was only on the console version of D3. I feel like it's probably prone to exploit, but in theory, if you can get it working right, it's such a cool system. CJB saying maybe you can only get one mythic, say at champion journey level, but you can only ever get one and you can't swap between with mats and grind. I don't like the idea of being limited to how many mythics you can find. Because then it's like, well, why do I even bother farming, right? Once you got a mythic, like, why keep farming? It's just, as it turns out, it's exceptionally difficult to balance a game for people that, I'm gonna bust out the Photoshop here a moment. to explain my point better. I was saying this on Try's podcast. So, defining the term casual here. I don't mean casual in a derogatory way. I, in many ways, am a casual player. But I'm going to draw up a little something here in Photoshop. Let me get my drawing board out. Okay, let me change that to not white so I don't blind you guys. All right, this will do. Okay. So. When we're talking about types of players. My pen, of course, his battery is dead, so we'll have to draw crappily with my right hand and a mouse. So, I look at players as being defined by two separate axes. So this is on the debate of hardcore player versus casual player. And I don't mean casual in a negative way, but I see it as a spectrum, basically. So, on the x-axis here, you have time. How much time do you have or do you want to devote to the game? So here would be not a lot of time, and here is a lot of time. So the more you move to the left, the more you are hardcore, and the more you move to the right, the more you are casual. We don't have to use these, we can use different words if we want, right? Again, I don't imply any negative connotation. Some people have more time than others, and some people just want to spend less time doing something because they don't want to be defined by one thing. On the other axis, we have difficulty. At the bottom, we have low difficulty, and at the top, we have high difficulty. So, we form 4 quadrants, effectively. People with not a lot of time, or who don't want to spend a lot of time, and don't want a very challenging game. We have people that have a lot of time, and don't want a very challenging game. We have people that have a lot of time, and want a very challenging game. And we have people that don't have a lot of time, and want a challenging game. So, typically, like, again, the more casual tends to be more on, you know, kind of these ends. Diablo 4 really, really caters to this audience super well. The bottom right quadrant here is served so well by Diablo 4. If you're someone who wants a challenging game, and wants to put a lot of time into your game, D4 is terrible for you. Even if you want a game that's not so challenging, but you want to be able to put a lot of time into it, D4 is okay. But, like, right now, just on the level of challenge, is just... it's really not there. So, PoE 2, right now, is a game that, if you want a challenging game... actually, technically. So, PoE 2, whoops, serves this middle, the top community in general really well. Even if you don't have too much time to spend on PoE 2, if you're playing the campaign, right, and you're looking for a challenging game, PoE 2 serves you very well. If you have a lot of time to play, it also serves you very well. If you don't want a challenging game, PoE 2 does not serve you. It can serve you if you can get past the campaign and into endgame. So there's a weird thing with endgame state of PoE 2 right now where It's kind of problematic. It doesn't seem to be satisfying what the devs probably want and what the players want, where like you get to a point where PoE2 endgame is effectively very easy, but still needs a lot of time. How do we get on this again? Anyway. That's my general thoughts. Take care, Ultron. Thanks for stopping by, man. Thomas Timmons saying, I hate saying this, but I am a dad. I have a career. For me, D4 is great. I fully understand why people would want more difficulty as it is now, though I love it. Hey, man, so one thing that I feel bad about is why, like, I feel bad that you seem to feel bad to have to say that. Like, it is not a bad thing that there is a game that exists to make these people happy. These people are absolutely deserving and worthy people. Casual is not a bad word. Not everyone has as much, either has as much time. Like, you know, theoretically, imagine there's like a single dad, 2 kids, working 2 jobs. He comes home, has to take care, has to cook for his kids, help them with their homework. He gets like an hour of free time, which he's cutting out of his sleep time, of recreation a day. Are you going to shit on that guy for being a casual gamer who just wants to have fun, blasting some monsters after his extremely stressful life, his hard, stressful life? Are we going to judge him because he doesn't want his game to be hard? That, like, you know, let people enjoy their shit, man. Let people enjoy their recreation. No judgment on, as to anyone out there, as long as your fun is not something that harms other people, you are absolutely allowed to enjoy your recreation and entertainment however it is, with no judgment to you. And there ought to be stuff to cater to your tastes and your likes. Casual ought not to be a bad word. Again, in many ways, I am casual compared to other streamers, right? I'm like a giga casual compared to streamers. I'm not casual compared to, quote, like a gamer dad. Like, it's kind of become a meme in the D4 community. They're like, oh yeah, like I'm a dad with 43 kids and 16 jobs and I have negative 2 hours a day to play the game, right? But like, I feel bad that these people have to feel embarrassed or like they can't admit that they're casual. Like, dude, it's totally fine. Sometimes I want to watch a deeply engaging, intellectual, philosophical, stimulating film like Ex Machina. And sometimes I just want to watch a Marvel movie and see 2 people punch each other in the face. And that's okay. Like, both are okay. Evan, thank you so much, Evan. So for me, I don't begrudge that D4 is very nicely serving this community. I don't begrudge it. I just wish it could also kind of, because if it could just do a little to extend into here more. The thing is, at this point, I don't know if it could do this without harming this. I believe it's possible. I would like to believe it's possible for D4 to, you know, if you don't want to become a challenging game, that's okay. It doesn't have to be a challenging game. It could remain a easier game, but just kind of give more for those of us who are able to and willing to sink more time into it. More to do. And that does not have to mean make it harder to get mythics, right? It doesn't have to mean make progression slower. Again, what I'm saying is give us more to do in the end game. Once we have all this power and stuff, give us more things to do other than to just kind of be done. And I think that's the way to expand, to make us who have the more time happy without taking away. It's really difficult. Right, I remember my original point. It's really difficult to make a game.
New pets in the shop.
New pets in the shop. Ooh. Cheers, Shadow Mage. It's really difficult to make a game that caters to everyone. Like, it's arguably impossible to make a game that caters to the bottom right and the top left. Like, I think this is literally impossible, but I do think it's possible, or I'd like to believe it's possible, to at least serve 2 quadrants. Right? I would like to believe that you can at least do the bottom half or the top half. The problem is, anytime you add something to the game, these people are going to want access to it. And rightfully so, right? They paid for this game. They want to be able to access all the content in it in a reasonable amount of time. So anytime you lock something behind an inordinate amount of time, it's going to make these people upset. So you got to come up with something that you can add to the game that requires more time, but doesn't feel like an obligation to these people. And it's tough to find that answer. I would like to believe the answer is in what I describe as a meta progression system. But who knows? Maybe if you add that, then these people are, depending on how you add it and how you present it, and again, it's about expectation management. Depending on how it's done, it might end up being like, well, hey, I can't get through this thing. Maybe if it's infinite or something, then there's not any expectation of doing it. I don't know. It's tough. It's really tough to make a game for everyone. You can't make a game for everyone. A game for everyone is a game for no one. So D4 increasingly over time dialed in on this community, right? At first, they were trying to be everything for everyone. They were trying to be the game, they were trying to be challenging. They were trying to take long to do, and everyone was complaining. And ultimately, they found that the people who liked the game the most were kind of these people. And so they've better tailored the game for this people. And that's why I think D4 finding its identity in this has made the game a very strong game to cater to this quadrant. It seems to me that a lot of the casual equals bad comes from the PoE community. No. I think it comes from the veteran ARPG community, and I think there's just a lot of overlap between the PoE community and the veteran ARPG community. Then we should add expansions for the hardcore only. Ooh, that is something that would be very unpopular, right? Like, imagine they release an expansion just for this quadrant. These guys would be livid, and understandably so. OMP saying meta progression to me would be one of the best things they can add to D4. I love games that have meta progression. I think that's the answer, but I haven't made a game, so what do I know? PK Headshot saying, I agree, I don't like the pace. I feel like you get to endgame too fast. I understand min-maxing, but in general, the amount of mythics and how fast you get to max level to about Paragon 200, I disagree with. Yeah, so like even in D3, I thought stuff took too fast. Stuff was too quick. For me, Diablo 3 was at its peak with regards to pace of progression 6 months into Reaper of Souls. And things just kept getting faster from there. But again, I am not saying they should slow things down. I'm just saying for my tastes, I kept playing D3 for years despite it. It's just, so I think I would be okay with the fast pace if there was something more to do at the end. But because there wasn't, it's like, well, I like this game, I want to keep playing it, but now I'm done, and I feel like there's nothing more to really do. And the answer of like, well, what do you mean your gear isn't perfect? I'm like, I don't really care to get perfect gear. Well, what do you mean your Paragon isn't 4,000? I'm like, I don't care to get more Paragon. Like, it's not fun or interesting to get more Paragon. It's not fun or interesting to optimize my gear by 5%. Like, especially when there's not really a point. It's like, well, you didn't get, you didn't top the leaderboard. Like, I'm not a competitive player. Like... Passion saying, I agree, but there's a difference between steering the game toward that community and virtually making D4 D3 remastered. Yeah, I mean, I since 2.0, D4 is basically the sequel to D3. So if anyone remembers, in my review of Diablo 4, I concluded, my coda at the end was, Diablo 4 is not D3 2. Diablo 4 is not Diablo 2 2. Diablo 4 is its own thing. And either you're going to like that thing or you're not. Now, Diablo 4 is the sequel to D3.
Is my favorite casual streamer.
Hey, appreciate you, Lockmaster. Yeah, so D4, basically, D4 was trying to make D2 fans and D3 fans happy at launch. It made no one happy, or, no, it's an exaggeration, right? Both of these camps of players were unhappy to some degree. The D2 player base largely left. They realized the D3 player base was sticking around and complaining, so they just figured, okay, we're going to give up on D2 guys. We're going to lean in. We're going to fully lean into the D3 people. At least they like the game enough to stick around and play and complain about it. So let's address their complaints, and so D4 has fully become a D3 sequel. Which I think has, again, strengthened D4 as a game that has a more solid identity and can better appeal to at least one segment of the player base. Again, it's about maximizing happiness. When D4 released, no one was really happy. There was a lot of unhappy people. So by leaning into D3, you made the D2 people even less happy, but they were already unhappy. But you made the D3 people much happier. So overall happiness has increased by leaning into D3 with D4. They added a couple of paid pets in the shop. I always hate looking at the shop on stream because I feel like I'm advertising the shop if I do that. But multiple people now have said to look. Okay, those are cute pets. Shit. Wait, wasn't this a D3 pet? Was he even called Pale Perry? Wasn't there a little goat in D3? He's even shuddering, the cute little guy. Oh my god. Is this a $25 pet? Quill Gem. Is this a dragon? What is this? Includes 3 items. Oh, it's got other things too. Oh, okay. Ish, not really. What is this? A horn.
Best way to solve this is add a new content, like DC or something, and lock it behind max Paragon level or full gear upgrades, tempers and so on. That will give people a reason to finish gearing, grinding Paras, so they can't just be carried through the new endgame thing.
Okay, I gotta digest this. Cheers, Shadow Mage. Best way to solve this: add new content, like a Dark Citadel or something. Lock it behind max Paragon level, or full gear upgrades and tempers. Okay, so have some require. It doesn't have to be max Paragon. It could be Paragon 285 or 290 or whatever. Okay, some requirement to lock people out of it until you are this tall to ride the roller coaster. That'll give people a reason to finish gearing, grinding Paragon, so they can't just be carried through the new endgame thing. So the problem with that comes to, if hey, here's new content. If that content is not accessible to this segment will vocally complain until they nerf the requirements to be accessible, and then we're kind of back where we started. This is what we have historically seen happen throughout D4, right? Anytime there's something that is inaccessible to this base, they lower the bar until the complaints reach a minimum. Check the pet prices on the PoE 2 shop, yada yada, but PoE is free to play. What are the... I honestly don't know. What are the prices? Are they the same, worse? Let's not forget they are a business trying to appeal to the widest possible audience willing to spend money. That doesn't necessarily equate to those with time to invest. Time isn't dollars. Bingo, yeah. Yep. I mean, so there's an argument to be made that the people that are most invested in your game are those most likely to spend money on the shop. I'm sure there is some truth to that. But by the same token, I mean, here's the dirty reality that no one wants to admit. Diablo has always been pay to win. It's just been unofficial. Diablo 2 was pay to win. This is a gray market. How many people would go and spend real money on D2JSP to purchase gear? D3 had the real money auction house, then it got solved. But now, you know, D4, right? Obviously there's real money trade. Now they've taken down the barriers to that, to trading, right? So all that to say, there was always an audience of people that are like, you know, I don't have the time to farm all this stuff. I have more money than I have time. I'm going to spend money, build me a full paladin, a full hammerden, and whatever, right? So these are people that don't have time, but they have money instead. So similarly, I'm sure there are people that have limited time to play D4, but are still, you know, they'd be happy to drop money in the shop. So I don't think it's necessarily true that only the people that spend the most time on the game are the ones who are going to spend money. Danny's saying, I think I solved your problem of progression in ARPGs. Look, once you get a max level, maxed out like Godlike, your gear have no more +1 to add on. Why not then consume your time or in-game XP Paragon to boost even beyond the Super Saiyan Goku? That'll make an infinite XP pool to grow from like forever. Sacrifice your time XP to get more. How does it sound to you? Wait, sorry. I'm not sure I'm fully understanding, but are you saying you sacrifice it to gain more power? Because another thing that I like about ARPGs is that there's generally a fixed limit on power where... And this is what I disliked about Paragon and D3. Paragon and D3 turned time into power, right? ARPGs, in my opinion, should be an item grind at their purest, right? You reach a point where your character is maxed. I don't like it when here's someone who can play 10 hours a day every day and it is impossible to catch up to them in power because their time translates into more power. I like the idea of there being a fixed and finite cap on power. I do believe that, you know, players that don't have all the time should still be able to reach a very high power level. So the problem with Paragon and D3 was your Paragon can make you at least twice as powerful as other people. Sometimes multiples more powerful than other people. So like you can have the same gear, same build, but because he has thousands of more Paragon than you, he is twice, 3 times more powerful than you. With Paragon being effectively virtually limitless. And this is why, like, competition on leaderboards in D3, even if you were solo, you were... So for those who don't know, Diablo 3 had leaderboards, so imagine the pit, but it had leaderboards. Now, we had different leaderboards for solo and for group play. Pretty much everyone topping the solo leaderboards played in groups to farm XP for Paragon. Because if you fall behind relative to, like at that level, everyone has maxed out gear, right? So everyone is just as strong with regards to gear. And if someone's Paragon can make them twice as strong as you, that's clearing 5 pits higher than you. So you have to keep up on Paragon, meaning every day you have to be farming your Paragon just to keep up with the Joneses. Some are like $36. Most are now 15 to 20, but Blizzard asks for what the market will bear. Yeah, yeah. I mean, so sometimes people ask, like, do you think the shop items are too expensive? Do you think they should be lowered in price? I mean, as a consumer and a customer...
The problem is there is no fix for this issue. You need to have something in the game to hold the tryhard gamer's interest. Either cosmetic or power-based. Locked behind a certain goal. But then, as you said, the dad game will complain. It's a never-ending cycle. You can't make everyone happy.
Bingo. Bingo. Bingo bango. Yeah, Shadowmage. Yeah, so from the basis of a consumer, yes, I would like the shop stuff to be cheaper. I would like it to be free. I would like it to be earnable in-game. But does that mean Blizzard should lower the prices? I mean, from a business perspective, it's in Blizzard's best interest to make money, right? And if shop items were deemed overpriced, because people are like, well, if they were cheaper, people would buy them more. Let me tell you one thing. You can criticize Blizzard for a whole lot. One thing that I think you probably need to acknowledge is one thing that they likely are very good at is making money. If they thought they could make more money by lowering the prices, they'd be lowering the prices. They've got plenty of people with degrees in business and whatever. I can guarantee you that have gone through systems like these. And by the way, the whole shop stuff is like completely disconnected from the game team, right? Like the devs on D4 are not working on the shop, right? There's completely different shop teams, monetization teams, and all these games. So they're looking at their metrics, they're looking at their sales. There is some very, very complex math and statistics going on that has set the prices and data that has set the prices where they are. Exactly, curious, yeah. Blackpoint saying there was a mod for D2 called Ancestral Recall that turned one dungeon in each act into an essentially infinite dungeon where you could grind harder and harder things. Would love something like that. That sounds cool, yeah. There's a function you can calculate how many sells at which price, and they can maximize your profit. Bingo. Exactly. Exactly.
I will tell you about that idea of infinite experience, coming from a game that did that and quit because of that. That express option I've seen that in Destiny 2, and I can tell you, leveling is not content.
Yeah,
and I can assure you that unlimited leveling will be boring and tedious because there will be then activities based on that and will be boring just to get there and do content that with your level will feel tedious because of the express farming.
The experience farming. Bingo. CS Ravan. Yeah. Cheers, man. Absolutely. Absolutely true. Yeah. What's up, Daniel Tanusi? Notice the colors on console changed. Reds are more vivid and what looked like orange is now red. Wait, really? Has anyone else noticed colors changing? They got a whole research team studying that data. Bingo. So Lucid Dream saying they'd sell a lot more at cheaper prices. So sorry, it is true that they would sell more at cheaper prices. But would they make more money? I don't think so.
Linked you a vid in Discord that explains all games in a nutshell.
Oh man. Hold on. Let me... Can I copy from this side? I think I can copy from this side. When the trailer is made before the game. Okay, hold on. Before that, real quick. So, let me see if my pen is working finally. The pen is mightier. There we go. Okay. So, let's say they add into the D4 shop an item at $100, right? They just go crazy. They call it Riker's Cap. They sell it for $100. Or, scenario B, they sell it for $1. So, they put this in the game. If they sell one of these, they make $100. They need to sell 100 of these to make the same amount of money. This is for these things to be in balance. If they only sell 99 at $1, then it was better for them to price this at $100 and get one sale than for them to sell 99 at $1. This again, I use extreme examples to make the point. But why do we have a $25 skin? Wouldn't they sell more at $10? Maybe they would sell more, but they would have to sell, 2.25 times more to just to reach parity, right? I think 2.5, right? Just to reach parity. So they would need to sell more than 2.5 times more units in order for it to be more profitable for them to sell at $10. And again, these people are money-making geniuses. They run all these data. They look at the metrics. And these are the price points that we get. Again, as a consumer, obviously, I want cheaper prices. Who wouldn't want cheaper prices? Okay, this is...
Avec DoorDash, dash-moi cette fringale.
When the trailer is made before the game. Ooh, Viva la Dirt League. Those guys are great. Regarding color change, go to options, graphics. Okay, folks, if your colors have changed, go to options, graphics, screen, colorblind filter option, protanopia. It does what people claim. Red becomes orange, blue becomes green, etc. So fuss with the colorblind options there. Am I going to cover some Immortal lore someday? Honestly, when the game came out, finished the whole storyline without spending any money at all, and it was a blast. I did cover the Immortal lore in my series. I'm pretty sure in my lore series, I covered Immortal. Right here. Yep. This is the video. Riker.com, Diablo lore. This one covers Immortal. Yeah, trading in D4 makes it a lot easier for sure to get the gear that you want. But not everyone likes to play the trade game. So I don't like to play the trade game. I like to get my items from drops. And I do feel that D4 makes that feel possible. David saying, I know people give Peewee a pass because it is free, but their cosmetics are like $50+. Yeah, so... I could see a future in which Diablo 4 goes free-to-play following this model. The reason why it would actually be stupid for Blizzard to make D4 a fully free-to-play game is because possibly 50%, I don't know, some significant portion of the player base of D4 just plays for the story. There's plenty of people who bought D4 to play it as an RPG, to just go through the story, finish the story, maybe putz a bit around in the endgame mode, maybe start another character, but they're just done. They finish the story, it takes them 20, 30, 40 hours, whatever, and they are happy customers. They're like, this was a good game, that was money well spent, I can go on to my 86 other games on my list now. And I'll come back to D4 when an expansion launches, I'll spend the money again, I'll play through the story, and I'm gone. It wouldn't surprise me if like half the player base is like that. Maybe at least a third of the player base. If D4 is a free-to-play game, you are giving the game away to like half your player base for free. Because these people aren't going to spend money on cosmetics. If you're playing a story-based game that you play through one time, why the fuck are you going to buy a horse? A horse skin. Like, you play through the story and you're done, right? So, have a separation where if you want access to the story, you got to pay the money. If you just want to do the skip campaign mode, that's the free-to-play version of the game. I could see that happening. So, PoE is free-to-play. PoE is not a game that average gamer is going to consider playing just for the story. PoE 2 maybe. PoE 2 actually. And that's why they were super smart to do the early access. Because a bunch of people that basically play it like an Elden Ring, like a one-time thing, just spend a bunch of money to play through the story. And they finished it and they were happy. PoE 2 campaign, really good. Really good. But PoE 1, I'm not to criticize it, but like, you get a Diablo, like Diablo 4's campaign has cinematics, right? Like, there's a lot to the story experience compared to like PoE 1, which again, they were indie company. They didn't have the resources to do this extravagant story. The campaign was just a structure to have gameplay. And PoE was always about, well, not always, but, you know, it became about getting to the end game, ultimately, right? But yeah, so it does not make any business sense to give away D4's story for free. Senpai saying, this was my first D4 season, just got a T4 with Spiritborn and having a blast. Just want to drop by and thank you for the guides, they were really helpful. Working on getting Paragon 200. Hey, cheers, Senpai bot. Glad the guides have been helpful. Heckin' Man is saying, I think a central issue of the state of gameplay balance is the assumption that speed equals progression and that all content should be that you should be able to obliterate all content. It is the streamer blast meta being inappropriately applied to a largely casual player base and the assumption that both groups should or could have an equivalent experience when fundamentally they cannot. Yeah, that is very well said, Heckin' Mando. Very well said. What's up, Pike? Yeah, Chest West, sorry, I'm 30 minutes behind on chat in Twitch. On YouTube, I'm only a couple minutes behind. But folks on YouTube, if you want to make sure that I read your comment, put @Riker in it. That'll highlight the comment for me. Okay, wait, is it the HDR option then? Toggling the HDR is what changes the colors? Morgul is saying that casual, easy portion represents by far the highest population and therefore money. Yeah, I mean, I would argue that most people fall into this camp. And I think part of it is that games have changed a lot since... Video games have changed a lot since their inception. So video games, the first video games, most of them were quite challenging, right? When we used to talk about video games, there was a time, pretty much up until the 90s, maybe early 2000s, where when you would talk about a video game, you would say, hey, did you beat game X? Or you'd be like, hey, oh yeah, I just beat game Y yesterday. That's how we spoke about games. It was about overcoming the challenge of the game. They were things to be conquered. Some games are still like that, but the general narrative around games now, like, no one is like, oh, did you beat the latest Call of Duty? Like, it's not a thing. No one cares. It's not an accomplishment to have beaten Call of Duty 2025, right? Because games aren't made, largely, some games are, but most games are not made to be that challenging. Games are now made to be experiences. In the same way that, you know, a movie in general, right? Like a Marvel movie, it's an experience that you enjoy. I guess you wouldn't really say... I guess movie examples aren't really that good because... Yeah, any kind of non-interactive form of entertainment doesn't quite have the same parallel. But games are a little bit unique in that they are an interactive form of entertainment. A lot of the first games were... you know, before video games, right? Just raw, you know, games, chess, checkers. They are zero-sum games. They are PvP games. So by nature, these games are challenging because you know, one person wins and one person loses, right? So when games kind of grew from that to be more narrative, like throughout human history, games were not super popular. Like board games as well were not super popular. I would say nowadays games, including video games, are more popular than they ever have been. And I think part of the reason is that the vast majority of games are not designed to be challenging because a lot of people just don't seek to be challenged all that much in their recreation time, right? Life is hard. Life is hard enough. When you are struggling in school, struggling in work, struggling in whatever in your real life, oftentimes you don't want to also feel like you're struggling in your entertainment. Now, in general, games need to provide some level, some at least facsimile of challenge to make you feel like you're overcoming something for that feels good moment of like, you know, I accomplished something. But generally, like for a lot of people, it's like they don't want to be challenged so much that it feels like they're failing. No one wants to feel like they're failing in their entertainment, particularly if their life is hard enough as it is, right? So there's still a core group of people that seek challenge in their entertainment, right? Some people are just either very competitive or they're just built that way. That's the kind of experience that they seek out. But I don't think they're the majority of people. And so when video game devs recognized if we want to reach a wider audience, we need to recognize that a lot of people don't want to be challenged in their entertainment too much. We need to deliver just the right amount of challenge to make them feel like they feel good without feeling bad. That's one of the things. The other thing that happened was video games were made for arcades in the past. Arcades were made to gobble up your quarters. Games were made difficult to squeeze money out of you. That was the core. The harder the game, the more quarters you had to spend, the more money that the arcade owners would make. So it was advantageous to make challenging, difficult games that gobbled up your quarters. Now that is no longer the case. Now if your game is challenging, you don't necessarily make more money. After I started a shrine, Duke Nukem, dude, Duke Nukem. By the way, Duke Nukem 3D was like one of my, I think that was the first video game I played on computer. I opened up 3 Whisper caches and it doubled the XP from them. Have you noticed this as well? Oh, it multiplies. Yo. Are we saying the Shrine XP bonus does not just apply to monsters, it also applies to opening Whisper caches? That is sick. Interesting. Very interesting. What's up, Only Psycho 9? Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 looks amazing on PS5 Pro. Nice. Waterworld arcade game. 1 quarter, 2 quarters, 25 quarters, play, game over. Boom. Dead. Oh, hold on. This is, can I copy this? Here we go. Streamer all the time, terminally online, probably no job. 1 game Andy, normal people. I have 2 jobs, 2 wives, and 4 kids. Bingo. There you go. They've already added restricted content to D4 Dark Citadel. They could add more. So they could add more, but I think the restricted content with regards to the Citadel is something that this group could still engage with, right? So them forcing group content is not the same as, like, if you add content that only these people can access, like, these people cannot access it. If you add group content, they could access it if they really wanted to. They just don't want to. Best thing. What do you mean you've not made games? You have. By being a DM, every time you start up a session, you're practically making a game. That's fair. That's fair. Oh, Baz, maybe I can run some systems by you, speaking of. I see D4 devs are taking inspiration from PoE, was convinced they would never do that due to ego or something, but they did. They added $25 pet skins. Lol. Lol. How you doing, Sophie? Golgoth saying, except that you don't build a game over a minority unless that ultra minority of people represents the majority of your income. Otherwise, it can't be the correct way to build your game to focus on them. I mean, okay. So if you are a business that wants to maximize money, sure. But I think it is totally viable to build a game for a niche. It just depends on what your intents are, right? So, I mean, that applies for anything, right? Anytime as a business you want to serve a niche, right? Like if I want to run a coffee shop that is like a hoity-toity, highbrow, hipster coffee shop that serves the niche of people that are willing to pay an exorbitant price for coffee because they're hipsters with twirly mustaches, I can do that. I would probably want to do a lot of, you know, calculations on how big of a market is it, what are my costs going to be. Like at the end of the day, whether it's viable or not comes down to whether there's enough people that are going to pay enough money to keep the business afloat. And I am glad that there are devs that make games for niche audiences so that we have a lot of, you know, games to serve a lot of different people. But to Golgoth's point, what you're not going to see is a AAA game with a AAA budget made for a niche, because that will never be economically viable. Which is why you tend to see these giant companies making these giant games be catered to the broadest possible audience. We need more AA budget games. We need to see companies like Blizzard be able to have smaller teams work on smaller games that cater to more niche audiences, that are able to take greater risks. Hey, look, another Mythic White just dropped. Best thing, both Uncapped Paragon and Speed Meta practically killed skill expression, which also saddens me. There you go. Passion saying, I don't know if you're old enough to remember, but The Simpsons Arcade was top 5 best arcade game ever. Boom. There you go. What's up, Germ? I'm doing well. How are you? Conduit shrines are still trash. Shocking, saying Joseph Goblick. I don't know if that pun was intended about them being shocking, but that's a good accidental pun. Pagan is saying, yeah, but I think it's the same as in WoW, where they used player metrics for years, calculated by the way they forced content on people, and such data is useless because if you only rely on that, it either makes things worse and worse and worse, or you are stuck at the same result. To actually prove if they could make more money with cheaper prices, they would have to actually make prices cheaper for a period of time. Well, I mean, they do that by running sales, right? They started running sales at some point.
A wanderer returns.
Because here's the thing. You cannot just lower prices in the shop and then raise them again later, right? You do it by running sales. Imagine what would happen for like one season. They're like, okay, guys, we're gonna like lower shop prices by 50%, and then their data tells them they made more money when the shop prices were higher, and then they raise prices again. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. They would lose so much. Like, oh god, like everyone would riot. Danny's saying D4 has max Paragon 300, but even if you got 5,000 hours into a character, you'll still be 300. But if you spent the time, XP, Paragons as a currency or materials to boost your equipment's even higher to increase in damage. Yeah, so but that's it, right? You're anything that means infinite power via time investment, I'm not in favor of. If you're saying that you can convert time, like, if maybe I'm misunderstanding, Danny, if you're saying like, okay, I've maxed out my Paragon, now I could convert XP into like masterworking materials? Sure. History proved wrong. They have people that take correct decisions regarding business. Free-to-play games come from Asia. It took decades for Occidental companies to follow this trend, so no people taking business decisions aren't necessarily all-knowing. In fact, they'd rather play it safe than take any risk. That's fair. While that is fair, though, I think in the past, you did not have people literally getting business degrees for the purpose of getting hired at a game company. Like, when games were novel, when gaming was novel, and business people did not realize how much money could be made in gaming, monetization was not treated as seriously. We have reached a point now where I think monetization in gaming is taken very seriously. And I think it's only... Yeah, I mean, it was basically after the whole free-to-play stuff, right? Because the monetization models didn't really change up until kind of free-to-play came in and stuff. And I think once people started to realize how much money could be made in gaming, that's when you've got a lot more focus put on getting in business experts. But that said, I mean, I definitely agree with you that they're not all-knowing. That is for sure. I just suspect that us in chat who are like, yeah, they should lower their prices, they would sell more. I'm pretty sure they are at least more learned and studied on this than us. Arctic saying casual also helps those with accessibility needs. As a blind gamer, I can't do the difficulty of some people. And I hear that D4 is like one of the best games for accessibility. The true end game is inventory management, bingo. Mr. Kim saying, I kind of like the old WoW way. LFR raids for casuals, 10 man for semi-hardcore, and 20 man hardcore for blasters. Same gear build, but different power additions of the items. That way casuals get to try the content, but the blasters get to push the content, and of course the farming for rare cosmetic mounts, etc. So I'm not super familiar with that. So are you saying that the casuals get to do all the same content as the blasters, but just on like an easier difficulty? Or is like a 20-man raid something that you cannot do with fewer people? Or it's like, is it a separate dungeon entirely? Like, I don't know. Some people were buying cosmetics in Assassin's Creed games, single-player games. So this is true. This is true, right? We had the horse armor in, what was it, Skyrim? Like, it is true that people will buy MTX in single-player, non-live service games. Cosmic, what's up, man? Conduit, Sorcerer's Ultimate is horrible. Actually, all Sorcerer's Ultimates are horrible. Deep Freeze is really strong this season, actually. A Deep Freeze build kind of came out of nowhere. Duchelu saying we need Blizzard to put a few devs on StarCraft 2 again to add stuff to the co-op mode. This game mode is so much fun. Dude, I love StarCraft 2. I want to see another StarCraft game. I really want to see another StarCraft game. I just saw an interesting fact. D3 still has 3 million monthly players, where D4 has 4 million. Those aren't facts. Those numbers are from nowhere. Unless Blizzard has just revealed that data, those are estimates at best. No one knows the true number of players. It could be that, like, I don't know. Like, it could be that. PoE 2 is looking around 300,000 a month, but it's obviously too early to say. Are you talking about daily concurrence? PoE 2 isn't 300,000 a month. PoE 2 is like 1 million. Didn't they sell 1 million copies? But yeah, okay, so just to clarify, Derek, anyone purporting to give actual metrics on player counts in D3 or D4, it's poppycock. We have no way, we could estimate, they're estimates. Sorry. It could be an educated guess, but it is an educated guess. There's no way to get real numbers on player counts in D3 and D4. Like sometimes we will kind of backwards... We'll do a back-of-the-envelope calculation based on Steam numbers to estimate player numbers, but, like, there's no official source for player numbers. So some websites will, like, people make scam SEO websites where it's like, you know, how many players in D3, and they have a website and they'll use some heuristic to make some kind of a guess, but it's not official numbers, so it could be completely incorrect. Yeah, interesting. What are the 3 major themes of the novel so far? Well, I don't know. The book slams shut on its own and locks further chapters. Boom. Yeah. A purple goblin portal? Yo, what? Oh. The lunar goblin... The lunar goblins have purple tinted portals? Are we gonna get a... Okay, this would be the sickest thing. If someone discovers... Okay. Oh my god. No, I can't do this. I can't get hype. Imagine we just got the Goblin Realm during the Lunar event. I should not get my hopes up for something like that. Imagine they just stealth dropped. Some of the goblins will sometimes leave a portal behind, leading to the Goblin Realm. And then we can get our 666 million goblin kills. People are saying that the goblin portals look purple tinted now. OMP. Don't do it to me, man. Don't get my hopes up. Size of mustache to wallet thickness ratio. There you go. Oh, we didn't watch the video yet. Right, we queued it up and then I got distracted. Okay, here we go. Viva la Dirt League.
Gods of the light realm are falling.
So this is when the trailer is made before the game. When the trailer is made before the game.
The gods of the light realm are falling. The dark lords are rising. Azurim is in chaos. And only you can save it. Journey to the Shadow Realm to save the world. Coming soon.
And there it is.
Holy
fucking shit, Jake. That looks incredible.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you.
Jake, that was awesome. The community is gonna lose their minds.
Oh my God, we're gonna make so much fucking money. God, yeah. Bow.
I'll talk to the marketing team and make a release plan so that we can release the trailer.
God, Jake, I am so impressed. Holy shit. You know, I actually had no idea we were so far along into development.
We're not.
Sorry, what was that?
We haven't been working on any of that.
Jake?
I mean, well, Delvin is technically correct. None of this is, you know, in the game yet.
We haven't even started development. We don't even know what the story is yet.
I'm confused. I thought that the trailer said actual in-game footage.
Oh, yeah, but that's just the thing people say.
No, it's not.
Look. It's been so long since we released anything that I thought I would take the initiative and generate some hype, let people know that we're still working on things.
But we're not working on this.
But we could. And Clint did say it looked pretty cool, so mission accomplished.
That's true, I did say that.
See? Worth every penny.
Actually, on that, how much did this cost?
Was it?
$5 million.
How much did it cost?
Was it?
Jake, the budget for the trailer, how much did it cost?
15?
Sorry, what was that?
15.
I can't hear it. What was it?
50%.
50% of the marketing budget? Jake!
No. Not the marketing budget. 50% of the entire budget for the expansion.
What?
Look, sizzle like this costs money. I had the entire department working on that one water shot for over a month.
Jake, what the actual
That's why it looks so good.
God! Jake!
Clint, I know you're angry.
Yeah.
But I got one word for you. Pre-sales.
Oh.
What?
No.
Yeah, what?
No. Clint, Clint, do not get distracted.
Don't look at her. Look at me. Clint, hey.
Clint, no.
Pre-sales. What's that?
No. Just don't look at it.
Clint,
Do not get distracted, Clint.
Pre-sales.
Clint, we don't even have a game.
But maybe we don't need a game. I mean, if we've already got all the pre-sales, does it even matter if we've already got all that money?
Holy shit. Jake's right. We could just keep promoting this trailer and then we'd never even need to make a game.
And we only spent half the budget, so that's 50% right there.
We can't just keep promoting the trailer. People won't keep buying pre-sales.
Sure they will.
Yeah, of course they will. Our community are fucking idiots.
Idiots with money.
For pre-sales.
Exactly.
No.
Holy shit.
No, Clint, please.
Can you feel that? Pre-sales.
You can't argue with the pre-sales. You just can't argue with the pre-sales.
He's having a heart attack in the back.
Pre-sales.
Pre-sales.
Pre-sales. Look, you know what? Let's just watch it one more time. Let's watch it again.
Yeah.
The gods of the light realm are falling.
I hate you, Jake.
Hello, everybody. We have partnered with the...
These guys are great. People in the Dirt League, man. These guys are great. Oh, gosh. Golgot saying, except that if you serve a niche, and the niche isn't a niche in your average customer profile, the niche becomes the majority. What I was saying is that when you have customers, you don't focus on the minority within... Okay. When you have customers, you don't focus on a minority in your existing customer base. Yes, okay. Right. So, for instance, one could argue that in Diablo 4, the blasters are a minority, and so it would be foolish to cater the game towards the niche. Right. Chest West saying, guys, am I crazy to think that Riker kind of looks like Joe Goldberg from the TV series You? I don't see it, but that's a great show. I really enjoyed the show called You. In WoW, you would have 3 raids: LFG Casual with gear level XX, and then normal gear level slightly higher, then Mythic raid highest level gear. But the raids are all the same content, just higher or lower gear level. Okay. If it's the same content, See, that's why I think, yeah, if it's the same content, then I think it could work. We now have pets in the MTX shop. Also, nothing for Spiritborn and the Lunar Awakening. Yeah, I think that's really weird. I thought they were gonna. I figured they would bring back the old cosmetics, but I thought they would add one for Spiritborn. It's really weird. Bayek Premier Lame. 3-month resub. Salut.
You're awesome as you are smiley face.
Ah oui. Ah ben merci beaucoup. You're too kind. Thank you, Bayek. Merci. Purple to the portal sounds like testing ground. Dun, 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 dun. Found another goblin. All their portals were normal. Even goblins spawned from the Greed Shrine. Only that one portal was purple so far for some reason. Oh boy. Oh boy. So we've had multiple people say they've spotted a goblin with a purple portal. But nothing different happened when you killed that goblin? Lucas Santiago Dominguez saying part of GGG's strategy with PoE2 is to make the game more accessible for casuals and to expand their market. And they've done a fantastic job with it. So even though PoE is a much more challenging game than PoE 1, it is easier to get into. At no point in the campaign of PoE 2 was I like, I don't understand one of these systems that have been presented to me. Whereas PoE 1 could get overwhelming very fast. I think they've really done it well with PoE 2, which is why we've seen so... Like, the PoE 2 has done so well already. Bonjour, Danny. Ça va bien? Hey, Spopes. How you doing, man? Saying I would strongly disagree about PoE 2. Really? So, for me, the analogy is Dark Souls to Elden Ring. Dark Souls was a niche game for people that really wanted a challenging game. Elden Ring managed to open that up to a wider, more casual audience, right? A wider audience. In the same way that I feel PoE 2 is opening up PoE to a wider audience. Like, Elden Ring had a very wide audience, and I think PoE 2 captures the Elden Ring audience very well. G Zaris, 3-month resub. It's still not going to have as broad an audience as D4, right? Because this segment down here is the biggest. There's just not as many people that want a challenging game, but nonetheless, I think it has broadened the audience considerably from PoE 1. I hope they bring back the unique goblin drops like pets. That would be a fun way to earn more pets in D4. Yep, same here, yeah. This parody video got one thing wrong. In a real AAA studio meeting, everyone would be clapping and there'll be zero opposition. Well, I mean, this is one of the devs, and I'm guessing she is also on the dev team. I don't know exactly, but the devs certainly would not be applauding it. Again, you have very much that dichotomy between the dev side and, like, production or whatever. Unless that niche is based on popularity, in which case you would definitely base it on the niche because everybody will follow what's popular. How you doing, Secret? Ended up blasting through a lot of Velatro. Turns out building for flushes is a common strategy. Well. So, Spanish, what you're saying is pretty dang close to the guy from you, then. As he's a serial killer. Almost the same content story-wise, but higher difficulty usually has extra mechanics. Okay, for WoW we're talking, yeah. Russian dude saying, I love that, Viva La Dirt League, they're one of my favorite YouTubers. They're so good, right? I feel like they're kind of like one of the few more old school YouTubers left. Which is like classic YouTube era. Chilu saying, how would you categorize me then? I play probably as much time as PoE 2 degenerates, but chilling most of the time, not pushing or racing like a D4 dad gamer. Would I be a hardcore casual? So, this right here, sorry, I've drawn more on it, but we have two axes. The horizontal axis is I have not a lot of time, and I have a lot of time. The vertical axis is I want a lot of challenge, I want little challenge. So, if you're saying you have a lot of time, but want little challenge, you're on this quadrant down here. So not pushing, right? Like if you like chill gameplay, you are on the bottom half. Chill gameplay is on the bottom half. Edge of your seat, like dying is common, it's really hard, is on the top half. Spope saying, in effect, I don't think they've really brought over any casuals. I understand their intent, I just think they failed. Well, okay, so maybe this could be mincing words over the term casual. Do you feel that they've at least broadened their audience from PoE 1? I think that is maybe the bigger takeaway. How you doing, GTA 6 Turkey? Okay, I'm going to, so while waiting on you to catch up on chat, farmed 18,000 rot, 8 heads, 4 mythics. That can't be true. Did you really farm 4 mythics in the last 3 hours? I don't want to give you false hope and fuel hype for no reason, but imagine purple portals are seemingly a visual effect with zero function that can rarely happen. We're in the tease phase. Like in Helldivers, blue lasers, sniping people, etc. Then we got some mini flavor text. Purple portals have been spotted in Sanctuary, blah, blah, blah. And we got a community objective, observe 100,000 purple portals. Then we unlock the quest where witches help us discover what these are. Oh, curious. You're just breaking my heart. What could have been? Prosumers is a respectable term for people between hardcore and casual, back from the photo camera era. Prosumers. Okay. Okay. Swip saying, I don't know if they will broaden the audience in the end. Also, the problem is they're now alienating PoE 1 players, so I'm concerned their overall base may fall off. So, I agree you are correct that they are alienating PoE 1 players. They have... PoE 2 was never going to appeal to a significant portion of PoE 1 players. But PoE 2, I believe, is already more popular than PoE 1 with regards to just sheer numbers. Like, I think more people have probably played... well, I mean, just the Steam numbers, right? Are higher than any PoE 1 league ever, by far. So I do think they have broadened their audience. The question is that audience going to stick around for a league-based game? Because people who loved Elden Ring don't replay it every 3 months. That's what I wonder. So I guess to your point, maybe by broad an audience, you're saying, are they really capturing an audience that will stick with the game season to season? That I don't know. But I do think, just in sheer numbers, I think PoE 2 wins already. I'm gonna go fill up on some water, and then we'll play some D4 here.
Wait! Where are you going? I was going to make espresso.
Just gonna open the window quickly because it is unacceptably hot in here. It's very odd, but tis what tis. Yeah, it's a lot of noise outside. Alright. Let's, up online here. You already finished the lunar event? Under 3 hours? Nice. So I was saying, I'm also concerned the entire D4 bad phenomenon has been a Chinese military psyop this entire time. I'm unsure if this is a joke or for real. It'll change how, whether I try to read more into it. Y'all are done the event? Nice. Okay, so... Ked Bardu, Lunar Awakening. Well, we only had 2 weeks to do it, okay? Alright, so... Let me go over here.
I can't be stopped.
By the gods, what a sight!
What's going on?
Are you seeing this? That moon looks ripe, as if you could pluck it off the vine. Ancestors must be having some fun.
Okay.
Even heard the shrines throughout the land are rippling with their spirit, humming the moon's tune, granting fortune to those who better go revel in their boons.
Revel in the boons. Who knows how long it'll last? We know exactly how long it'll last. 14 days. They told us. Tested 2 caches, one without, one with. Problem sending party invite. Roughly doubled from XP bar movement. So it does actually buff. Oh wow. So yep, the XP buff does buff indeed the opening of the caches. Jared saying you did it in like 30 minutes? Spopes is working on an investigative piece. Gotta set up my Squarespace with Code Riker first, though. GG's been involved in some shady RMT-ish since 2014 at least. Oh man, okay. Alright, so this is gonna be a deep dive investigative piece. You got, you gonna do any interviews? Where's the Lunar Shrine? I can't find it. Any shrine you find in the open world, overworld, not in a dungeon, will be a Lunar Shrine. Or at least not in the pit. I'm gonna try joining directly then. You're on a druid! Look at that. That's new. That's new. Alright. So I guess we combine these with doing the head rotten, right? Dread saying casual doesn't really, how you doing, Dread? Mean what everyone uses the term for. Back in the day, you played games, and if you knew your stuff, you were hardcore. Casual as a label didn't exist. If anything, casual was a derogatory term that got repurposed with the internet, YouTube videos, streaming, and guides. I feel casual as a term more accurately reflects the amount of knowledge a person has rather than time. So would you say then casual is more like noob? The more casual someone is, the more newbie they are? Because I feel that doesn't... That definition, I think, doesn't work well with how we use it in defining how a segment of the audience is served by a certain kind of game. So thinking find an altar, then we can take turns swapping alts and get 3 or 4 upgrades per shrine. I'm just gonna stay on this guy. So if I can carry your alts. That's no problem. Maybe on later days I'll work on some alts, but for now I'm cool with at least just getting the main thing. Unless it happens so fast, I guess. We'll see. Oh, we're on. I didn't even notice we're on hard. Okay, cool. I guess I have an alt technically that we can do, but alright. Hold on though, is this gonna get me the whatever. I'm guessing purple portals are just some sort of event indicator. The event icons are purple after all. At least that's what I'm telling myself to avoid disappointment. Okay. Can we do the 2-minute thing on hard? Yeah, what is the thing? Something about inspecting your character? Raid Shadow Legend! Oh my god, that's amazing. Oh, Raid Shadow Legend. You even look a bit like, if only you could make your skin green, you would look like that character from Raid Shadow Legend. Boom, boom, boom. Wait, hold on. Curious, did you get a shrine? Shrines would double your XP right now. I guess it didn't matter. You're already 60 anyway. Holy shit. Amazing. Dread saying, someone with a lot of knowledge and a little time can possibly do more than a person of little knowledge but more time. We should be thinking about games and their systems and how they allow for each group to experience them but not balance one group against. And if anything, figure out ways to allow each system to grow with a player base that wants more challenge. I don't know that it's very difficult to make a game that is catered to people that want challenge and people that don't want challenge. I think it's easier to make a game that appeals to people that have a lot of time and not a lot of time than it is challenge based. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think it's pretty difficult. Okay, well, I want to get this Lunar Shrine thing, so what is the best strategy? We go find a shrine and then what? How do I blast my reputation track or whatever? Daniel saying, seems pretty clear to me that casual is more about the attitude of the player and how seriously they take the game. You can be either super ignorant or knowledgeable and be casual. Yeah. Like, well, I mean, at the end of the day, I guess, again, casual is just such a... It's a term that can mean so many different things to so many different people. Just find a shrine, then kill, repeat. Curious, and I've been doing just headhunts as normal and leveling fast. Alright, sounds good. Sounds good. I think generally though, like, when people say that the game is made for casual players, so the reason that I have this metric here, when people talk about a game, you know, being more casual, we tend to mean it's a game that is more friendly to people that don't spend as much time on the game, or it's a game that isn't as challenging. I think that's generally what people mean when... Oh, here's a shrine. Ooh, a sound chest. Ooh, piece of candy. So, like, you know, to some degree, your knowledge in the game, right? How much you know about a game. If the game is challenging, then your knowledge in the game is more important than if the game is not challenging. So someone who knows very little about the game and its strategies in a game that is very challenging probably isn't going to do very well, and therefore the game isn't really for them. Whereas if you become very knowledgeable about the game that you're playing, if you seek to learn and understand the systems and everything, you can do that in a game that's hard or a game that's easy. But in a game that's easy, the difference isn't as significant. You're not as rewarded for having that knowledge. Oh, I gotta turn in. Alright, there's 2 burbs now, because 2 burbs are better than 1 burb. Yeah, I was saying, I think the issue is casual is a loaded term these days, yeah. Just dumb, I do think hardcore people, aka tryhards or sweats, need to get over themselves a bit sometimes, not always. Yeah, absolutely. I'm guessing purple portals are just some sort of event indicator. Game crash, kick W. Pin Dragon saying from a business standpoint, it makes more sense to focus on one specialty or target audience. Okay, sure. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I wouldn't even just say from a business perspective, but just in general, like, the more you try to appeal to a bunch of different people, the harder it is going to be to appeal to any one kind of person, because generally there will be things that maybe it appeals to person A, to group A, that is going to negatively impact group B. Like, it's pretty seldom. Purple portal! Oh, yeah, but yeah. Okay. Oh, is it that purple portal things fill this? Could it just be that? Purple portal goblins will count as completion on this? Or maybe purple portal goblins count towards headhunt? That's very interesting though. Purple portal goblin. Definitely something new. Have you confirmed that Shrine XP affects caches? Yep. I'm hoarding caches at the moment just in case. It does indeed. Yep. Oh shoot, am I still under the effects of the Shrine? I don't even notice. I have 80 billion... freaking... I think the Shrine is done, huh? Shoot. And we're full. I go to Burb.
It is done.
Well, that's gonna be a problem. Down saying, I do think this conversation misses a huge point, which is that we are making a binary out of a spectrum. Plenty of people don't fit either casual or tryhard as a label. Well, I mean, that's why I literally drew a spectrum, right? Again, I see it as two axes, how much time you have, which is a spectrum, and how much difficulty you like in your entertainment, which is also a spectrum. So I'm talking about quadrants, but ultimately, I mean, you can be literally down here, but you can also be like around here, you can be right in the middle, you can be like anywhere, really. Hey. Oh, thought that guy had a head. I mean, he did have a head, but not that kind of a head. Mind Wreath Grimoire? Oh, god damn it. Some of these... I gotta pick up fucking everything. Can we not have separate colors for the shit that is important? Like, god. Loot filter, please, for the love of God. I cannot believe that it would take 1 year of D4 for me to completely reverse my opinions on loot filters. Actually, I gotta go put my runes away before I lose my runes. Yeah, no, Daniel, it's a great point. It is a great point. We do generally talk about it in terms of binaries. Casual, not casual, but yeah, it's always important to remember that it's a spectrum. Like, again, I myself consider myself on the more casual side relative to, you know, relative to streamers. I'm giga casual. But it's a spectrum, you know, relative to people that literally only have like a couple hours a week to play video games. I'm obviously not casual at all. And if we can find some better terms than casual, I am all in favor. Non-competitive?
What's left, you ask?
Is it possible to be hardcore and also non-competitive? I think when I see competitive... Maybe non-competitive. I gotta find another, have we found what's the best way to hunt for the shrines? This one has not respawned. I don't think it will. This chest does not respond. I see competitive as in caring whether you're in the top 50 or whatever. Yeah, so like, I feel you can be in this quadrant and still be non-competitive? Maybe? Probably? Sweaty versus chill. Okay. Sweaty gamers versus chill gamers. That puts a little bit of a negative connotation on the sweats, but hey, I mean, that's fine. Oh, I forgot to do the... runes. Sweaty versus chills. Yeah, I guess the less time you're spending on the game, you're more chill. The less difficulty, you're more chill. What's the term chill versus casual? Chill doesn't have any negative connotations, at least. Someone who has like 2,000 hours in SWOTOR, 100% completes everything, and does 0 PvP and interactions with other people, but tons of achievements, grinding, cosmetics. I am hardcore, but non-competitive. No. Pindragon saying, so yes, now that's what it means, but back in the day it meant that you were some flunky. They truly didn't play games anyway, they just said they did to be cool or some shit. Yeah, like the term casual, like, yeah. Like, I mean, there's always been a negative connotation to casual, and a sort of like elitism from those like calling other people casual. But that's why we need to take back the word. There's nothing inherently wrong with the term. Okay, so let me, Why can't this be enough to hold all the runes? Why are there more runes than slots to hold our runes? Why? Oh my god. I'm gonna look at what runes I need. Actually, could I favorite runes? I probably could, right? Yeah, I was saying I just hit up with the thesaurus. Easygoing, laid back, mellow, chill, unconcerned, unfussy, nonchalant, relaxed. Yeah, chill, relaxed. More relaxed gamers. Yeah. With... No, hold on. Oh, god damn. Okay, I want to craft a Shroud of False Death. To do that, I need... Back cry money. Back cry money. Was it this cry? Or was it a cry with a C? Okay. Back.
Stars guide you.
Just looking back. Did I miss the back? Oh, it's probably a legendary and I don't have it. Okay, that's fine then. Okay. So back cry money. And then otherwise, I need Pock and Ohm. What do I have here? I have Pock, Ohm, and then I need Sir and Vex. Oh, I got my Vex. Sir Vex. Hey, I can get rid of this Zal. Okay, we're good. Okay. So now let's just do a bunch of gem crafting here. Oh, sorry, rune crafting, rather. No, wait. Cry. Cry money. Ner. Quacks. Sick. What? Sick. Yikes.
The stars made manifest.
The stars made manifest. Gar. Lum. Qua. Tal. Qua. Teb. Tech. Ton. Other ton. Gar. Okay, money. Cry. Quacks. Thul. Zal.
Color and brilliance.
Zek. Qui. Mott. Wat.
Well done.
Okay, good. We made a bunch of room. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, good. I can come back. Although, wait, I should have poured it straight to them. He is over here. Wait, where is he? Yeah, I'm gonna port. Kerrigar back. Is there any information regarding how Blizzard wants to expand D4 storyline with Mephisto? Will they add it in the seasons, or do we need to wait for an expansion? There's no info, but I am 95 to 99% sure we gotta wait for an expansion. They have expressed that they want their seasons to basically be skippable. That's not how they said it, but they said that they want players to feel like they don't have to participate in every season. Like, it's okay to miss a season and you don't feel like you've missed anything. You can come back, jump back in anytime. So I feel that runs counter to the idea of important stories going to happen in the season. If you did not play Season 7, then you won't understand the story going on in the expansion. But, who knows? They could have changed their mind. I could be misunderstanding. Is it worth popping 2 shrines? Alright, here, I'll put the... No, I'll just put... Yeah, okay. Current shrine. Man, they don't last long, huh? Okay, I got my marker there, so you don't have to stick around if you don't want to. What's going on over here? Right on time. Witching Hour Grimoire. Only when Shrine is active. Are we getting a reputation when killing anything while Shrine is active, or just for killing whatever the shrines spawn? Yeah, no. As long as the Shrine is active, you're getting it. Purple Goblin portal. Okay, so is it just all goblins inside of Witch Tides that do it? Because that's what it's looking like right now. And I think my shrine is over now. You see normal goblins in here too? Hmm. Oh, what have I done? Okay, it was like down here, I believe, yeah. So the goblin, where'd he go? Nope, nothing special from the goblin. Yeah, Lucas. I think that's what we're gonna have to wait for. Mephisto Pinnacle Boss fight would be a nice addition to endgame. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We literally got 11 fugitive heads? Holy cow. Oh, are they white drops? That's interesting. How you doing, Joaquim Lundstrom? Ron Ferguson said in some interviews in December they would be expanding the story for Vessel of Hatred players using seasons. Maybe Season 7 is a skip. Can we get the exact quote on that? What were Rod's exact words? Dragul's consort, what? Oh, God. Just trying to read this. What is this? Oh, you got the mount. Nice. Congrats. And I lost the shrine. Okay. My mouse is still doing that thing. Uh-oh. Oh, no, okay, it's just my battery died. So yeah, I'm pretty sure my mouse cable is screwed. I ordered a new one, it's supposed to arrive today. Because I tried changing USB port, and the mouse still was hitching. So I'll try with a new cable. And if there's still problems, then I guess I'm just screwed. The whole mouse is dead. Did I do that? Oh, damn it. That's fine. Okay, whatever. I meant to put it in my stash. Oh well. That's okay. That's okay. Did they move the armory? The armory used to be here. They moved it here. Right? I could have sworn the armory was here. They moved it here now. Interesting. I guess I put it closer to the stash. I think the game's kind of unplayable with my mouse like this. Let's go see if I've got any turn-ins at all. Close friend of the founders was caught selling items through a Chinese website around 2014, 2015. I think I had heard something about that once. Do you have the little goat man pet? I did not buy it, no. But it looks cute. The items are coded in a way where they only could have originated on internal servers, meaning at least some of the founding staff were in on it. Oof. I mean, if you can get an interview with, like, one of them guys, that would be crazy.
By the gods, what a sight!
Okay. How are the ancestors feeling? Okay, we just got the first 3, so we still got quite a while to go. Magic gift from the ancestors. What is in the magic gift? A cache containing a collection of rewards, such as items and crafting materials. Does it give XP? Should I keep this for my alt? Back to the pretty drawing board. Where does a non-casual, non-average gamer sit? So I think we're kind of like here. Or even... like we're on the higher spectrum of time, but maybe mid to lower on the challenge. Plebs. I'm doing open world, getting a bunch of shrines. Casuals of all games unite. There you go. What's up, Wizard Man? We need a con rune along with a Vex. Convex. CJ just finished the season journey. Nice. Think it was good that it was harder than the battle pass and that the rewards are better. Nice. Gigi saying, don't want people to feel like they have to play every season. Depends on who you are. And that's where I'm going to leave this. You're welcome for the small riddle I've learned from some master. Yeah, I mean, some people will always have that sort of completionist feeling, but... Nightmare Dungeons had purple as well. Are you saying in the past or starting with this patch? They changed the graphic on the Mjolnir ring? Whoa, wait. Oh, what is happening? No, what? What the what? This is a bug. Oh my god. Bug report. What is happening here? I don't think this is on purpose. Maybe they want to add a lightning effect. Oh my god. Could it be? No. No. They tried to differentiate Spiritborn. But this is a Druid ring. This isn't even a Spiritborn one. Oh my god. Hold on. I want to simulate what I think just happened here. This can't be. Oh my god, this is what happened. I think this is what happened. Okay, so this is the Mjolnir ring, right? This is what it used to look like. And I think they wanted to add, like, this effect on it, right? Let's see if I can actually replicate this. Oh boy. So, oh boy. I want to do this as fast as possible here. Okay, I think I'll just do this. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna do a really shitty fast job of this, alright? Okay, that's too shitty though. Come on. All right. What does it look like? I'll do like one more. Okay, this one's this one. Whoa, what is happening here? Let's fix this up a bit. Okay, that one's pretty okay. That's pretty good. Okay. This one here. What's it looking like? Yeah. All right. Something like this, basically. And then what they did on everything. This is how I think this all happened. Where's my ring? Okay. Yeah. This is what I think happened. So they added their electricity, and then they did an outer glow of the electricity color. Right. That's too much. But then what they had was the outer ring not cleaned up. And then you get this. And this is what happened. This is what happened. Let's screenshot this. That is pretty damn close to replicating what we're seeing here. So, let me explain what's going on here. They've applied an outer glow of some kind, which is fine if it was just being applied to the ring itself, but it's also being applied to the edge. And this is due to improper masking in Photoshop or whatever they're using, which is causing this weird thing around that. If it was just the middle, which I think we replicated at first, do we, hold on, can we even? Yeah, right? That's okay. This is not so bad, but when you get this, it's a silly little Photoshop mistake. That's how this happens. Rikers looks better. Well, mine doesn't have a red X on it, so. Yeah, so this is definitely a bug, right? There's no way they intentionally did this. I think maybe this was a placeholder asset that accidentally got swapped in or something. There's no way this was intended. It could have been maybe they were like putzing around just trying to see, okay, what if we were to juice up the Mjolnir ring, make it look more fantastical with lightning? And they're like, yes, approved. And then instead of getting the cleaned up version, like this is like a mock-up, right? They put the mock-up in, will be my guess. You're for real making a Squarespace site? Hey, cheers, Spopes. Yeah, man. So, like, I've been making websites, like, amateur websites since I was a kid. Squarespace, legit, like, it's the easiest time I ever had making a website. On the last journey tab, how can I defeat Hell's Fury? I kill as fast as monsters spawn, but you gotta kill 250 monsters before the Hellborn spawns at max threat level. We're doing what now? Hell's Fury? Defeat 250 monsters before the Hellborn's arrival after increasing your threat level to max in T4. Well, I haven't done any Helltides, so... I mean, the short answer is, I guess you just have to kill super fast. I don't know if there's a better answer. Does anyone want to chime in there? Is there a better answer to that? Ah, here's what it looks like in the actual... Yeah, see, in the inventory it looks better. Oh, that did not copy. Come on. Copy image. It's not copying, but if I do this, copy to clipboard. No, sometimes the clipboard doesn't want to copy, but it looks basically this thing looks better inside the inventory than there. 07 saying, just thought about elixirs. Allow the use of basic elixirs and a material to turn them into advanced elixirs. Yeah, that's cool. How you doing, Goose? Seems like the colors are more intense now or changed, or I'm imagining things. You are not imagining things. Check the HDR setting. Alternatively, check colorblind mode. Armory moved because of accidental clicking. Okay. Was too easy to click on the armory when trying to click on the blacksmith. Alright, that's good. Nice little quality of life thing. They didn't have to do that. This patch just saying it's not just open world goblins that got hit, and I feel like I'm right with testing ground. Alrighty. So it's not just in the Witch Tides. Multiple goblins showing purple portals everywhere. Ethereal items leaked. Rip. SUV Shogun, what is your question? Kiki's saying it happened because the master is indisposed, and we all just learned we should do right. Oh, cheers, Kiki. "100% a bug, I'd guess something to do with masking." Yeah, bingo. "This mock-up theory on the art only further proves my point. Testing ground, la la la." Yeah, it was definitely, yeah, it makes sense to be a test. You can tell the guy that asked about the Helltide season journey. The way I did it was watch your meter, and then when you're about to spawn the hatred event, run to the boss and summon him. I'll repeat for the fellow asking about that last step of the season journey. Watch your meter, your threat meter, then when you're about to spawn the hatred event, run to the boss and summon the boss. So to get the Blood Maiden. Right. This way you're spawning all those Blood Maiden waves. All the monsters are spawning. Okay. Makes sense. Tanner saying, I tried doing it with almost max, then trigger the boss Lady Maiden thing to ensure a stream of enemies, but it didn't help much. 250 is just way too many for one person. Oh. I wonder then, is it like a group thing? Wait, Skizzik saying it's not one-time kill count. Oh. It feels like it's a one-time kill count. Is it not? Orbital saying, I never imagined there would be a time when I was ahead of Riker in the season journey in Diablo game. Yeah, I haven't been, I mean, I guess a lot of these steps I've incidentally done, but I'm blocked here because I haven't bothered to do any of these things. Somehow I've not done Nightmare Dungeons. I haven't done any Helltide. But yeah, like, I'm one away from here. These, I'm, yeah, pretty much done. These, well, still got some stuff here. Craft a blacksmith cache. Lol. Craft incense. Lol. Increase your standing with the coven to rank 15. Oh, I haven't done that yet. Open torture gifts of mysteries. I haven't done any Helltide. Collect fugitive heads. Still haven't any of those. Complete nightmare dungeons. That'll be easy. Salvage ancestrals. Increase your coven with the standing with the coven. Craft occult gems. Okay, these will take me longer. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get stuck on champion. The rest I've done. Defeat monsters while at max threat level on Helltide. This is the one that you don't have to do in one go. But over here... Open 25 exposed routes within 15 minutes during headhunts in Torment 4. Okay. That's reasonable if I actually go try to do it. Activate 2 legendary ceremony shrines within a single root hold in T4. Right, because I haven't done any root holds yet. Open 10 torture gifts. Helltide. Easy. Defeat 50 elite monsters while in nightmare dungeons without dying. What? Without dying. Okay, so this is going to be in a row. You can't do this incrementally. Yeah, we'll get to it eventually. I've been working on leveling up my glyphs and other stuff in the meanwhile. I'm definitely going for the burb pet. Don't you worry. I'm going to get that burb. I'm just not in a rush to get that. I got 3 months to get the burb. We're not in a rush. You can try syncing it up with a monster spawning event like that Waves of Darkness. Okay, like one of the events. Riker Photoshop lessons when. I think the Helltide season kill journey is bugged. My count reset at one point, but I finished it over multiple Helltides. I don't think you can? Or, I mean, the way this is phrased suggests that you cannot do it over multiple Helltides. That you have to get 250 in one shot. So maybe it'll tell you, like, the last time you got it to 125. If you try again, it's not going to start counting from 125. It's going to start over. So it's going to tell you, like, your highest score. I'm guessing. Yeah, people are confirming it is 100% a one-time deal. People have been working on it all day. There's another defeat 25 bosses and a party objective. Lol. Completed that Helltide challenge without knowing it. Did a lot of Helltide. There you go. The other way of doing it is wait for the Helltide to spawn in that. To spawn in a zone like Amber Sand that has a big open area and you can spawn the event there and it should be easier. A lot of mobs there. Okay, the location of the Helltide makes sense. The final tier of the season journey does seem like a huge hard task if you struggle in T4, if you aren't powerful enough to unlock T4. Yeah. This is true. And, oh God, I almost feel like this... When they designed T4 and the Torment system, the point of it was you don't need to be in T4. You can get everything done in T1. But then you lock stuff behind you need to be in T4. And so now people feel like if my build can't do T4, then I'm garbage. Oh yeah. Roots achievement for me kept resetting. Maybe the same for Hellborn. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Alrighty, folks, that's going to be our stream for today. We'll be streaming again tomorrow, though. So we're going to thank everybody for coming on by today. We're going to thank our mods for overseeing things. We're going to thank those who joined us in-game. Tomorrow I'm going to have my new mouse cable, and I could actually play a game. Look, my mouse is stuck. God damn, why? Oh, it's just dead completely now. What? No, there we go. It unstuck. Gosh. Alright. Alrighty, so... We'll see y'all tomorrow, folks. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for the support. Have yourselves a fantastic rest of your evening, and we'll see you next time. Bye-bye.